That was cattle.
No, Soka.
That looked like cattle.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me this time, Cindy or Rosie?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good, because I had to go in and switch my microphone. So that's important. That's why I wanted to get it tested. Okay.
It works now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Welcome to Mount SAC semi-annual virtual Cash for College. My name is Desiree Campos Marquez, and I'm the manager of Mount SAC's financial aid office here at Mount San Antonio College. It's my privilege to welcome you all today to Mount SAC's Spring Cash for College event. We're happy and grateful that you have joined us for this online virtual experience. Our financial aid office and partners have put together a great program for you today. You will be given all of the information and resources for you to be able to access all types of information about scholarships and available financial aid programs. I'm joined today by our Mount SAC Financial Aid Director, Manuel Cerda. He is the Director of Financial Aid, Scholarships, and Veterans here at Mount SAC. Manuel, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Desiree. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Mount SAC Cash for College event. We're really excited to see so many people joining us right now for this virtual event. So thank you for being here. Like Desiree mentioned, my name is Manuel Cerda. I'm the Director of Financial Aid here at Mount SAC. And I'm also a proud community member. I'm an alumni of La Puente High School, so I'm excited to serve our community in this role. I want to thank you and your family for being here with us today in this virtual event on this beautiful Saturday morning. Right? And also would like to congratulate you for taking time this morning and taking the first and very important step towards your higher educational journey. So I want to congratulate you on that for being here this Saturday morning. Today, we have amazing staff from various departments across campus, including Financial Aid and Scholarships Office, with many years of professional experience in helping students navigate through the process of applying and receiving the resources needed to make college affordable. Okay? Our expert staff is passionate and here to serve you. Remember, we're here for you. Okay? Many of our staff is also from the Mount SAC and surrounding communities. And we have been in your place before. Many of us have been in your place attending these type of events, right? And events like this, seeking assistance, financial assistance specifically, navigating what could be a complex process for many. Many of us have been first generation college students, and therefore we're very passionate about assisting you here today. We're excited to see so many people here on this virtual event. Please remember, you're not alone through this journey, okay? We're here to serve you. Okay, I would like to also thank the college administration for always supporting this event and all our efforts we provide for students and showing their commitment to supporting students in our community. Okay, specifically want to thank our Board of Trustees President, Trustee Judy Chen Haggerty, and our college president, Dr. Bill Scroggins, for being here with us today. Okay, once again, remember, this event is for you and your families. No question is a bad question. I think the goal today is to make sure you leave here with all your questions answered surrounding financial resources, application processes. Remember, this is about you. Make sure you ask as many questions and make sure you leave here with all the questions answered, okay? One thing we want to make sure, one of our vision and goals is to make sure that money is not the reason why you don't proceed a higher education goal, okay? So thank you once again for being here. We're excited to have you.
Thank you so much, Manuel, for your welcome and for your continuous support of this event. Mount SAC President, Dr. Scroggins, also joins us this morning. Welcome, President Scroggins.
Good morning, everyone. I want to add my congratulations to you being here this morning. I know that it's an important first step that shows that you're here this morning. It means you're thinking about your future. And these are difficult times to think about your future. You may be saying, well, is college for me? It's such difficult economic times. Maybe I should be going out to getting a job. But by being here and thinking about going to college, you're thinking about your future, that through an education, you can get training to get an even better job to support you and your family. And that's what we're here for, to be sure that while you're doing that, you can get the financial support so that the stress of going to college does not include a financial stress. There is money available for you. And again, you may be wondering, can I get out in this world again? It's such a threatening time, and actually come to college. Well, I can tell you that college is a safe place. We're vaccinated, we test regularly. The college is safe, it's cleaned regularly, the ventilation is great, and we've got a great history of keeping people safe. But if you're still worried, we have a great offering of online courses and programs, full range of online courses and programs with great faculty or excellent teaching online. And there is certainly no drop off in quality by taking courses online to complete your education. And there's a full range of support services, counseling. And as you'll learn, the financial aid support services you do here today are extensively available online to support you. So whether you are going to take courses in person on the Mount SAC campus, online with us, or hybrid, taking courses with some on campus and some online, we are here for you. As you work with us today, I have a couple of things to ask for you, which Manuel Cerda has already mentioned. Ask questions. Don't leave today with any doubts about what you need to do to secure the financial aid support you need to come to college with the barrier of money not impeding your ability to get that education. And give us your contact information and get our contact information, because staying on top of being able to communicate in this process is really key, because there are deadlines to the financial aid process. And as you hear the information provided, those deadlines, and reacting to the messages we send to you. So stay connected as you go forward. To be able to get all the work done, which can be complex, we will help you get that information done and the applications completed with the appropriate information in the timeline that's provided. There should be no barriers that inhibit you from being able to get that financial support. Also, I want you to know that you should not feel any hesitancy to seek financial aid. We all need help. It certainly was true in my own life. Like Manuel, I grew up in La Puente. I went to La Puente High School. My parents had not been to college. I'm a first-generation college student. My family could not support me going to college. I was fortunate to get financial aid. I earned a scholarship. I worked part-time all through school, which was a challenge, but being able to have the financial aid meant that I was able to get through school. Even towards the end, I had a federal loan to get through school that I had to pay off eventually. All of that sacrifice was really worth it. It made me who I am today. It made me able to raise a family where my children were able to have support from me and my family to have a better life for them as well. So what you hear today in terms of the financial support that you will be able to be successful in college without the barrier of the financial challenges will mean that the choices you made to be here today, you can follow through and you can have that better job, that better life, to fulfill your full potential to live a rewarding life. All of us need that help. All of us are here to support you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scroggins, especially for your ongoing support of this event. As a Mount SAC alum myself, and also a first-gen product of financial aid, I know it really helps when you share your story. It's very inspirational for myself, but I know for our families as well. So thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Board of Trustees President Judy Jen Haggerty, who also joins us today.
Good morning, everyone. As the president of the Board of Trustees, it's my pleasure to welcome our distinguished guests, faculty, staff, future students, and their family members to this event. What a great day for Mount San Antonio College and the community. I have had the privilege of serving on the Board of Trustees since 2001. In those 20 years, I have watched Mount SAC evolve for the better. This college is known around the country for its excellent programs. I think today's Cash for College event highlights why Mount SAC has achieved such a strong reputation. It's because the college is focused on students and their success. Today, we focus on you, students. We are here for you to help you to complete the needed process for your college journey. Free application for federal student aid or California Dream Act application. We believe a quality education in our community should be within the reach of everyone. So we have brought together a wonderful and passionate team who will help you overcome the challenge of paying for college. To get support, you need to pursue your dreams, wherever it is here or somewhere else. We want you to experience the transformative power of a college education. Keep making strides, and I assure you that you will soon reach your goals. Remember, you don't have to do this alone. Mount SAC has dozens of programs available to support you. Today, we will focus on financial aid, but remember, we provide additional support as well. Aside from our nationally recognized academic programs, we offer tutoring, counseling, health services, food pantry, student activities, and so much more to provide you with complete support. I can't tell you how proud I am of the exceptional programs and people who are dedicated to your success. Thank you once again for joining us at this Cash for College event. This is just the beginning of an exciting and worthwhile journey. Please remember, Mount SAC is here to support you the entire way. So enjoy the event and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Jen Haggerty. We really appreciate that. At this time, I'm going to officially hand off the event reins to one of my favorite people on campus, Rosario Esparza. She is our manager, another manager here in financial aid, who will lead you to the end of this day with great resources. She is amazing. I can't speak enough about how amazing she is, but please, I'm going to hand it over for the rest of the day to Ms. Rosie Esparza. Here you go. Have fun, everyone. Ask a lot of questions and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Desiree. And thank you to the Board of Trustee President Jen Haggerty, and thank you to all our presenters, Dr. Scroggins and Manuel Cerda. Good morning, buenos dias to our students and families. My name is Rosario Esparza, Manager of Financial Aid and Special Programs here at Mount SAC. My focus is within our in-reach and outreach efforts. I'm grateful to be here virtually with all of you today. And as an immigrant and first-generation college student myself, I know firsthand how invaluable programs such as Cash for College are for our students and their families. The Cash for College team has worked really hard to put together a virtual event that presents you with information and resources that will help you as you complete your financial aid application. Whether that's the FAFSA or the California Dream Act application, we will begin by hosting a FAFSA and California Dream Act application presentation that will take you through question by question on both the FAFSA and California Dream Act applications. This presentation will be followed by a live Q&A session at 11 a.m. where our expert staff will answer your financial aid questions. At noon, we will host a wonderful resource fair where we will share information about some of the amazing programs and services here at Mount SAC. You'll get an opportunity to meet with Mount SAC staff and ask them questions as well. I think Trustee Jen Haggerty mentioned that we have wonderful resources here at Mount SAC, and we'll actually get an opportunity to meet several of them here during our resource fair at noon. At 1 p.m., we will host a second live question and answer session to answer any remaining financial aid questions that you may have. Students and families will also have an opportunity to attend a scholarship or an admissions and records workshop that will be happening concurrently during our live Q&A sessions at 11 and 1 via Zoom meeting IDs available via the chat. So we'll share in the chat the Zoom IDs, but you'll see them here on your screen. You should also have received a pre-event email that contained a Cash for College toolkit. This toolkit gives you the information about today's event, agenda, and the Zoom link information to attend these scholarships and admission and records workshops that are happening as well. You can also access the Cash for College toolkit on our webpage. I believe we'll also be sharing that, a direct link to the toolkit in the chat box as well, in case you missed the email to this event. So whether you're a current Mount SAC student, plan to attend Mount SAC, or will be attending another higher education institution, please continue to connect with us for more information on upcoming live virtual workshops, demos and assistance, and also in-person assistance as well. We're always here to help. Before we get started, we want to review some tips and reminders to help you make the most of this presentation. We have enabled a question and answer or Q&A feature where you are able to submit your financial aid application questions during the presentation. During the resource fair, this Q&A feature will still be active. So if you have any questions for our resource fair panelists, you can also submit your questions through this feature. We have expert staff that will be answering incoming questions via this feature. So if you have any pressing questions or want additional information on the topic, please feel free to use that feature to submit your questions. We recommend that you take time during this virtual event to get started and actually complete your financial aid application. Please refer to the pre-event email you received that contained a checklist for the FAFSA or the California Dream Act. These worksheets will help you prepare for completing your financial aid application. They give you basic information like what documents to gather and how to complete and submit your application. Lastly, for optimized viewing, please use the following steps to turn on side-by-side mode. So you want to click on the view options at the top of the shared screen and make sure the side-by-side mode is selected. A check mark will appear once it has been successfully selected. And don't forget, by completing today's event, you will be entered into a drawing to win a $1,000 scholarship. So make sure that during the event or at the conclusion of the event, make sure that you submit your survey for a chance to win that scholarship. With that, let's zoom right into our workshop. Again, if you need to complete the California Dream Act application, so we'll be referring to the California Dream Act application and the FAFSA during this presentation. So for today's presentation, please welcome Mount SAC Financial Aid Specialist Paula Gutierrez and Rudy Sanchez. Paula will get us started with the application and Rudy will take us through the finish line. So Paula and Rudy, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Rosie. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. My name is Paula Gutierrez, and I'm going to get us started with the first part of our workshop today. So we are going to be completing the FAFSA and Dream Act application today. Before we get started, I want to introduce you to some financial aid concepts, and then we'll walk through the student and parent demographic section of the FAFSA. I will then transition the presentation to my colleague who will walk us through the final part of the application, which is the financial section. So let's get started. What is financial aid? What are we doing today and what are we applying for? Financial aid, in its simplest terms, is money that is available to help you pay for college. Financial aid comes from different sources. This can be federal, state, institutional, and private sources. The combination of these sources make up the next three main categories of financial aid. The types of aid that are available to you can look like the following. It can be considered free money, earned money, and borrowed money. Free money is gift aid. That is just money that is available to you in the form of either scholarships or grants. This is money that you don't have to worry about paying it back. So if you see that type of aid in your financial aid package, accept it. It's yours to help you pay for college. Then we have another form of financial aid that is known as federal work study. Federal work study is made available by colleges to assist students with funding their education through the form of employment. Students who are eligible and would like to work while going to school can use this source to fund their education and pay for additional educational expenses. Now, students also have the option to apply for loans in the event that the other sources of aid are not enough. You can use student loans to help you pay for any additional educational expenses like housing, tuition, or anything else. This money, though, is money that you do have to repay at a certain point. Okay, so how do we apply for these sources of aid? In order to apply for these sources of aid, students are required to complete either the FAFSA, which is the free application for federal student aid, or the California DREAM Act, or also known as the DREAM Act. Both of these applications allow students to be considered for different sources of financial aid. In order to be eligible to complete the FAFSA, students do have to be a US citizen or an eligible non-citizen. Examples of an eligible non-citizen are permanent residents, refugees, T visa holders, and if you have any other type of visa, we encourage you to look on the FAFSA. The FAFSA will give you examples of the different types of visas that may be eligible or where you may be eligible as a non-citizen. This application does have to, the priority deadline is March 2nd. If you happen to miss that deadline, you can still complete it. But if you're here today, the hope is that you will be meeting that deadline. And the application does allow you to add up to 10 schools and get these schools notified that you are planning or are considering attending. To add these schools, you do enter their name or their school code. We have Mount SAC school code on the screen, so you can jot that down and you'll see it later, but you can jot it down so that you can add it if you're planning on attending Mount SAC this fall. If you are thinking that you may be eligible for the DREAM Act, DREAM application, the following students can be eligible. Either undocumented students, students that have a valid or expired DACA, they are a U visa holder, have temporary protected status, otherwise known as TPS, and meet California residency and academic qualification requirements. Similar to the FAFSA, we encourage students to complete the application by March 2nd. So again, if you're here today, let's get that DREAM Act application completed today so you can meet that deadline. And just like the FAFSA, you can add schools on there. We are adding Mount SAC school code on the screen, so you can again jot it down if you're completing a DREAM application and get it on your application. So Mount SAC can get a copy of your application. All right. We want you to go to the right website. So on the screen, you're going to see the website for FAFSA and the link for the DREAM application. So whichever application you're completing, make sure you're going to the correct website using those links or what's on the screen. Every year, the applications open up on October 1st. And again, priority deadline is by March 2nd. It is your responsibility to renew your application every year. So it's not a one and done deal. Every year that you're going to be attending school, you do have to renew that application. And today we are going to be completing the application for the beginning of fall 2022 through summer 2023. So that is the 2022-2023 application. So when you log on to your applications, make sure that you're clicking on the right one, okay? All right. In the next screen, we want to show you the required documents that you should have available in order to complete this application. If you have a social security number, you should have a copy of your card available. If you're a permanent resident, you should have a copy of that card available as well. Driver's license, optional if you have it. Definitely your 2020 income tax returns for yourself if you filed and your parents. 2022 W-2s and other records of income from work. So these are the stubs or the forms that your parents got at the beginning of the year in 2020 in order for them to enter the income information on the FAFSA and DREAM applications. We also encourage you to have bank statements and records of investments if they apply to you, as well as records of 2020 untaxed income. Untaxed income can be child support received, untaxed IRA distributions and pensions, or annuity payments. If some of these things don't sound familiar or you don't have them, don't worry about it. That's not required. Okay, now, some application tips. We encourage you to write down any usernames, passwords, and save keys that you create, especially your usernames and passwords. Remember, I said these applications need to be renewed every year, so you will need these usernames and passwords to log in every year. Make sure you have them in a safe place. A save key, we'll talk about it as we begin the FAFSA application, but you will create a save key, which is a set of numbers or a short word that will allow you to come back to the application in the event that you can complete it today. It will save everything and you will be able to pick up where you left off. Save application frequently. Make sure that you're saving it. You don't want to lose your information and have to start all over again, okay? You also want to make sure that you're using the previous and next buttons at the bottom of the application. Don't use the arrows or don't use the top of your web browser because you may lose the information. It may cause you to log out. Another tip would be to use your help and hints feature for additional guidance. These applications add these features in order for students to have a better view of what they're completing, to have more information on the questions. So if you read a question and you're not sure what a word means or what it's asking, there are question marks, there are hints on the side, there are icons on the side that you can click on to get more information as you complete it. And lastly, if you're completing the DREAM Act application, make sure that anything with a red asterisk is required. So make sure that you answer every single one of those questions, okay? All right, let's get started. For FAFSA applicants, let's get you logged in. Again, make sure you're going to the right website, fafsa.ed.gov. You're going to select Start Here, and you're going to log in with your Federal Student Aid ID. Again, your username and password. Make sure that you're selecting the correct FAFSA 2022-2023. For our DREAM applicants, let's get you logged in. You're going to go to dream.csac.ca.gov. You're going to the website and you're going to click the Start button. The Start button will allow you to answer each question that confirms your eligibility to complete the right application. So make sure you get started on those. For our DREAM applicants, you will get the option to create your username and password if you don't have one already. And again, save these and get started. If you're completing the FAFSA on the screen, you're going to see an example of what the home screen looks like. The top is for our new students. If this is the very first time that you're completing a FAFSA, you want to start at the top where it says Start Here. If you're a returning user, you've completed an application in the past, or you've already created user information, then you're going to hit Login. Once you've done that, you will be able to get started. For our DREAM applicants, first-time user is on the left-hand side. Then we have our returning users in the middle, and parents will be able to sign as well where it says parent signature at the end there. Okay. FAFSA applicants, remember I said you're going to be creating a save key. That save key allows you to go back to the application in the event you can't complete it or you need to log off, save it so that you can pick up where you left off. Once you've created that save key, it's going to have a set of frequently asked questions. Review those as needed. It's just additional information for you to be aware. So again, if you've completed the save key, you should now be seeing the frequently asked questions. Once you've reviewed those, you can go ahead and select next to continue with the application. Our DREAM applicants, review the instructions as needed. Yeah, your application also has instructions for you to get a better sense of what you're going to be completing. Once you've reviewed those instructions, hit next so that we can continue with your application. The first sections of these applications are the student demographics. So again, you're entering your first name, middle, and last name. Make sure that these match exactly what is on your legal documents. Legal documents are your birth certificate, passport, or social security number. Make sure that everything matches social security number, date of birth. Your application will go through several checks and everything should match to prevent any delays with your application. You also want to provide an email address that is an email address that you have access to. So if you are thinking of using maybe your high school and you're not sure if you're going to have access to this email in the future, don't use it. Use a personal email that you can frequently check and that you won't lose access to. FAFSA may send you reminders, or if something is missing, they will let you know via email. So you want to make sure that it's an email you're getting notifications for. Phone number, also make sure that your phone number is a valid and up-to-date phone number. Mailing address and driver's license. For your mailing address, make sure that it's an address that is accessible to you if you're planning on moving away for college, an address that you can easily get to pick up any potential mail that you may get from FAFSA. Driver's license, it's going to ask you for that information. If you don't have one, don't worry about it. It's optional. For our dream applicants, same thing. Make sure that your first, middle, and last name match. Your legal documentation, mailing address, a mailing address that is accessible to you, an email address that you will be checking frequently. If you have a social security number, then you can enter it on there as well. Date of birth, phone number, and driver's license. It's all the same student demographic information. So again, double check this information. This is your opportunity to ensure that all of your information matches before we get started with the next section. For those of you completing the FAFSA, it's going to ask you whether you are a US citizen or an eligible non-citizen. If you are a US citizen, just say yes. If you are not and you are an eligible non-citizen, for example, those of you that are legal permanent residents, this is the time where you should have your permanent resident card available. Once you say, no, I'm an eligible non-citizen, it's going to ask you for that USCIS number that is listed on your application. On the screen is an example of where to locate that number. So make sure that you enter that number exactly the way it appears on your card. Once you've done so, we can continue to the next section. For our dream applicants, there's also a section that it's going to ask about citizenship status, US citizen, eligible non-citizen, not a citizen, or eligible non-citizen. If you're completing a DREAM Act application, it's because the third option is what is applicable to you. So make sure that you're selecting not a citizen or eligible non-citizen if that is your situation. Okay. Now let's go ahead and get started with the student demographics, educational history, and plan. FAFSA and DREAM Act applicants, it's the same questions you're going to be seeing as far as your academic history and your goals. What is your high school completion status beginning the 2022-2023 school year? If you've graduated from high school, it should be already completed high school. Otherwise, check the options to see what is applicable to you. There is a drop-down menu for these questions. What degree or certificate will you be working on beginning the 22-23 school year? Again, review the list of options. Are you pursuing a bachelor's? Are you pursuing an associate's degree, certificate? Whatever it is that you will be pursuing this fall, make sure that you select the correct category. You will then see a question about whether you have a first bachelor's degree already. Will you have your first bachelor's degree before beginning the 22-23 school year? First bachelor's degree means that you've already gone to school for at least 4 years and obtained your degree. So make sure that you answer that question correctly. Otherwise, there may be delays in your financial aid package. What will your college grade level be when beginning the 22-23 school year? So are you a first-year student, never attended college, continuing second year, third year? Look at the drop-down menu and select the option that is right for you. And I want to take this time to remind you all that we do have the Q&A feature. So if any of the questions that I've gone over, you still have additional questions, you're not sure what to answer, please use that Q&A feature to get your questions answered. Okay. For our FAFSA applicants, this next section is going to ask you if you're interested in work study. Federal work study is what I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. Those of you that are interested in potentially working while going to school, this is your option to let your school know that you're interested. Our recommendation is to always say yes if, once you attend school and you do receive this as a part of your financial aid package and you decide, you know what, I'm just going to focus in school. I can't work right now. You can always decline it or not use it. So for now, we recommend say yes, you want to keep your options open. The next question that you're going to see on the application is, are you a foster youth or were you at any time in the foster care system? If you need more information, there is a question mark icon next to this question that you can click on for more information. Make sure that you answer whatever is applicable to you, yes or no. Now, we're going to get started with a question about selective service. The FAFSA and DREAM Act applicants will ask whether you are male or female. You want to answer this with what you were assigned at birth. Males between the ages of 18 and 25 are required to register by federal law. For financial aid purposes, you do not need to be registered for selective service. We won't be checking that part of the application. However, the FAFSA does give you the opportunity, if you would like to be registered via the application, you can allow the application to register you electronically. Again, that's for FAFSA only. For DREAM Act applicants, if you would like to register for selective service after completing your application, you do register via mail. And if you have additional questions, feel free to ask those in the Q&A. Okay, let's move on from selective service into the parent education completion status. The FAFSA and DREAM Act applications refer to parents as parent 1 or parent 2. For households with one parent, then you're only completing information for one parent. Just make sure that you're keeping track of who you're assigning parent 1 and parent 2 status. For the purposes of these applications, parents are either biological or adoptive parents. This specific question will ask about their highest school completed. It's going to ask about both parents. You can always say other unknown if there's only one parent in the household. Otherwise, if you do know if your parent is near you, you can ask them what their highest school completed and then go ahead and ask them and answer each of those for both of those, parent 1 and parent 2. Okay, back to student information. FAFSA and California DREAM Act applicants, same questions you'll be seeing on your screen. What is the name of your high school? In this section, you want to answer the name of your high school. You can search using your school's name or city and state. You can refine the search on the screen. It'll allow you to enter your city or state information. Search your school or enter their name and make sure that once you find the school that you attended, check it off and it'll add your high school information. Okay, this is again, same thing for both applicants. After you've completed that high school section, you then get the opportunity to add up to 10 schools on your application. If you already know you're set on one school, then you can add that one school. But if you're still not sure which schools you'll be attending, this is your opportunity to add all 10 of those schools. You will, similar to that high school section, you will be able to use the search feature to find any college or university that you're thinking of attending. So again, up to 10 schools, but if you are applying to more than 10 schools, don't worry about it. In this section, you can add the first 10 schools, let your application get submitted, process in a few days, come back, delete some of those schools and add your other schools. Again, that's only if you're adding more than 10 schools or you would like to notify more than 10 schools of your FAFSA and DREAM Act application. If you're interested in joining us at Mount SAC this fall, our school codes are on the screen for FAFSA and DREAM application. On your screen, you will have the search option either by city and state or by school code. So we've added our school codes on there. You can easily add them. and get those schools listed on your application. Again, this is the only way for your schools to get a copy of your application. So make sure you add all of your schools. Once you've done so, you will be ready for the next section. After adding all of the schools, you want to identify what your housing plan will be at each of these schools. Housing plans are on campus, with parents, or off campus. So what do these mean? On campus means that you're going to be living in a school dormitory or apartment. With parent, you're going to be commuting, you're going to be living at home and going to school every day. Off campus means that you're not living with your parent, you're living in a separate apartment or house, wherever that is, and you also are commuting to school, but again, not living with parents. So that's the difference between those three categories. For each school that you've entered on the application, you have to identify what your housing plan will be, okay? So take your time to add your schools and select your housing plan for each of those. Once you've entered each of the housing plans, you will be able to enter continue, and we'll get started with the next section. So for FAFSA and our DREAM applicants, we want you to review each question and respond yes or no according to your specific situation. The following questions will determine whether you are considered a dependent or independent student. The FAFSA has smart logic similar to the DREAM application. Once you enter these questions, it will identify what the next set of questions will be. So for purposes of these applications, students can be considered either dependent or independent. Dependent students will be required to enter parent information. Generally, most students under the age of 24 that don't meet any of the specific criteria that is listed on your screen will be considered a dependent students. Independent students are students that meet one of the criteria on the application or are over the age of 24. These students do not need to enter parent information and they will be considered independent. So that's the difference between those two. Make sure that you read through each question carefully and answer correctly. If you're not sure what something means, either use the question mark icons next to the question or use the Q&A feature. It's very important that you answer correctly so that your financial aid package or eligibility is determined accurately. Okay, now we understand that there are students that may have some special circumstances that may not meet any of the criteria or may not be able to say yes to any of the questions that are listed on the application. For those students that have special circumstances that don't meet that criteria, but are still not able to enter parent information, the applications will ask you if you have a special circumstances and you are unable to provide parent information. If that is your situation, make sure that you answer that as special circumstances. The application will then allow you to move forward, enter only student information, bypass the parent information, and submit. Keep in mind that if this is your situation, your application is still deemed incomplete, as you will need to check in with each of the schools that will get a copy of your application in order to complete any pending requirements that your school may have. Okay, again, if you're saying yes to special circumstances, you will be able to complete and submit, but you will need to follow up with each of your schools. Okay, for our DREAM Act applicants, same thing. You will be able to answer a question about special circumstances. In this case, you are skipping the parent questions and you're completing the remainder of your DREAM Act application. So you won't get a question, but you're skipping the parent questions altogether and just submitting your application. Similar to our FAFSA applicants, we encourage you to check in with your schools after you've submitted your DREAM Act application, complete any additional steps your school may have to verify, and provide assistance and resources. Okay. If you were considered dependent after answering those questions, or if you don't have special circumstances, you will now be answering questions about parents. So like I mentioned earlier, a parent for the purposes of completing your application means your legal parents or step parent. This is either biological or adoptive parent. So students, make sure that you're not entering information for anyone else other than biological or adoptive parent. Who is not your parent? We're listing examples on the screen. So some students may be living with their grandparents and may want to enter grandparent information. Unless your grandparent legally adopted you, you would not be entering parent information. And you may have a special circumstance. So this would be your opportunity to say yes. Same thing with any of the following statuses: widowed step-parent, foster parent, legal guardians, aunts, uncles, older brothers or sisters, or even friends. These are not parents for the purposes, again, biological or adoptive. Okay. Now, this next slide also has information on determining whose information you will be providing. So this slide, these aren't questions you're seeing on your screen. This is just information we want to clarify with you, okay? To determine which parent or what information you're going to be providing on the application, you need to ask yourself or talk to your parents and determine whether your parents are married and living together. If your parents are married and living together, then in the next screens, you will be entering parent information for both parents, parent 1 and parent 2. And again, remember who you're assigning parent 1 to and parent 2 status to. If your parents are not married or living together, then the following may apply to them. Are your parents unmarried and living together? So in this case, these are parents that are living together, have never been legally married. That means there's no legal document that says they're married. In that case, they're still living together, they're still your parents. You will be providing information for both parents. If that is not the case, if your parents are separated, divorced, or there's only one parent in the household, or maybe there's two parents living in separate places, the next question you want to ask yourself is, which parent did you live with the most over the past 12 months? Whichever parent you've lived with the most in the last 12 months, then that is the parent you will be using for the purposes of your FAFSA or DREAM Act applications. If that parent has remarried, so say you've been living with one specific parent, the majority of the time that one parent is now remarried, you have a step parent, you also are required to provide that step parent's information on your application. Okay, so once you've answered those questions, you are ready to get started with the next section of the application. Marital status questions on your application will appear as follows. As of today, what is the marital status of your parents? So remember, we went over the last set of questions to help you determine marital status for your parents and which parent you're going to be providing. So it's very important that this question is also answered accurately. So if you have your parent nearby, ask them, what is your marital status as of today? As of today, is your parent married, separated, widowed, never married, unmarried, and both parents living together? Whatever their status is, make sure that you enter that correctly. For some of the statuses, it will then ask for a date. When were they married? When were they separated or widowed? So make sure, again, ask your parents for the correct marital status and the date. Once you've answered that question, it's going for FAFSA applicants, it's going to ask for more parent information. This is the time where you will be entering your parents' social security number if they have one. If your parent does not have a social security number, you can still complete your FAFSA application. Do not enter an ITIN if they have an ITIN. You will simply be listing all zeros instead of a social security number, okay? When you enter this information, the application may say, hold on, I think you made a mistake. It's just double checking. Don't worry about it. You can delete the zeros, enter them again, or reconfirm the information, and it will allow you to move forward, okay? It is perfectly fine since they're all zeros if there is no social security number. You should be entering their first initial. You're not entering their full name, just the initial, their last name, date of birth, email address, just like you, email address that your parent has access to. And then you will be answering questions about their state of legal residence, okay? For our DREAM Act applicants, Just like the FAFSA, you get an opportunity to enter parent information in this section, social security number, or ITIN. For purposes of the DREAM Act application, if your parent has an ITIN, only for DREAM Act applicants, then you can enter the ITIN. If they have neither, if they don't have a social security number or an ITIN, you can also enter all zeros. First initial, last name, date of birth, email address, and state of legal residence. So double check that all of the information on your screen is correct. Once you've double checked that information, you've entered that in, you will be able to move forward. Household size. Now, with this question, it can get a little confusing. So hopefully you follow along with me. And if you don't, again, don't worry about it. Use the Q&A and we can clarify any of this. Okay, for our dependent students, we're talking about your parent household size. So who are you going to be including in the application? Definitely yourself, and the application will include you automatically, and your parents, okay? So your parents' other children, even if they do not live with your parents. So now, how many siblings do you have? How many siblings do you have? You will be entering that number on the application for your parents' other children. These are children that live with your parents and that your parents provide more than 50% of their support to. Okay. Now, if you have a sibling that is away for college, maybe they're not living in your household, they're dorming someplace else, they still count. They're still part of your household, so don't exclude them, okay? Think, how many other siblings do I have? And answer that number on your application. Don't leave out any siblings. It does happen. So make sure that you enter the number correctly, and then you can answer the next question on the application. It's also going to ask about other people that you live with or that live with your parents. These are individuals that live with your parents and that your parents will provide more than 50% of their support to, more than half of their support. And these are individuals that will be living in your household between July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. Okay, so if you're not sure who these individuals are or who to include, double check with your parents, okay? You want to enter the correct household size. Look on the screen for clarification, or feel free to use the Q&A feature and we can further clarify on there, okay? If you are an independent student, this means that you haven't entered parent information and you're only talking about yourself in this application. Then we're only referring to your household. Your household includes yourself and your spouse if you're married. If you have children that live with you, even if they do not live with you, but you will provide more than half of their support from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 23, then you should be including those children. Other people, if besides a spouse or children, if that is applicable to you, if you are independent and you have other people that live with you, for example, if you're independent and your parents are your dependents, you provide more than half of their support between July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 23, then you would be entering that number in the other people section of the household size, okay? So again, take this time, think about who is included in your household and enter those numbers correctly. Once you've done that, then you all have completed half of the application. We're halfway through. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and transition it over to my colleague, Rudy Sanchez, that will walk us through the last part of our applications. Thank you all.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Paola, for sharing all of your expertise and walking us through all of that wonderful and useful information. We learned a lot about some financial aid basics, right? We learned about what is financial aid, what options are out there to help us pay for college, and what steps we need to take, right, in order to complete the application. And that's certainly what we're doing today. And I sure hope that for all of you in attendance that you've made some great progress on your financial aid application. Of course, we all kind of work at different paces. So some of us might still be logging in, and that's perfectly fine. we're here. We're here, and as you all know, there is a Q&A feature. So if you are needing to receive assistance, troubleshooting things, maybe you're still working on a question that we would have covered earlier, make sure that you're taking advantage of that Q&A feature. I've seen, but behind the scenes, there's been a lot of questions submitted. Very exciting to see all of that activity. And please know that there are experts here, experts available behind the scenes who are diligently and quickly working on answering those questions. So please take full advantage of that. Our aim is that everyone here during this live workshop is able to complete their financial aid application, whether it's the FAFSA that you're working on or the California DREAM Act application. And I'm very happy that we've been able to go through the application question by question. And as we've seen, there's quite a lot, right? There's quite a lot that's asked. And it's important to know as well that these questions, a lot of these questions are used in order to help determine what financial aid options, what money options are available for you to assist you with covering those educational expenses. So it is important that you're working carefully through each question, making sure that you're accurately entering the information. And that's certainly going to be true now that we're entering this financial section, this financial piece of the application. Both the FAFSA and DREAM Act will actually ask the exact same financial questions, whether they are tax questions or income questions or asset questions. And we'll be talking about all of that. But of course, a large part of your eligibility, what's going to have a large impact on your financial aid options is the information now reported in this section. So it's very important that we work through it carefully, that you have your documents, your forms. So hopefully, based on your situation, hopefully you have those tax returns, those tax documents, W-2s, other of these records available so that you're able to answer these questions accurately and all in one sitting, right? You're able to do that today while we are here. So we are now going to enter, as Paola mentioned, a section where we are answering questions on income, potentially tax questions, and etc. Just a few preliminary remarks I'd like to make before we dive in and get started looking at each of these questions. First thing to consider is that both the student and parent will actually have identical income and tax questions asked, okay? So for those of you who are a dependent student, as we learned, dependent students are students who need to provide parent information on their application. Those of you who are dependent students will answer questions about income for both yourself, you as the student, and then also for your parent. Okay, so please pay close attention as you're answering these questions. Pay close attention on whether you are in the parent section or the student section, okay? As mentioned, there are similar questions for income and taxes for both student and parent. What you don't want to do, is maybe misreport information so that when you're in the student section, you're actually providing your parents' information or vice versa. It's actually very common where in the financial aid office, we receive applications where the student is making the exact same amount as their parent. So maybe you double report your information or different kind of iterations along those lines. So please just pay close attention. You'll see on the application, you'll see that there's verbiage, there's messaging all over that will let you know if you're in the parent section, if you're answering questions about your parent, or if you're in the student section and you're answering questions about the student. Because these questions are the same for both students and parents, what we're going to do is we're just going to sort of combine the questions. So when we look at questions about income, about taxes, as you'll see, the way that we're phrasing it, we're just kind of combining it all, okay? So as we go through each question, we're just gonna go through them once. We're not gonna duplicate it where we're going through the question when you're in the student section, and then we're going through the exact same question when you're in the parent section. So just please keep that in mind for purposes of this presentation. We're just looking at one question, but you'll see that question twice if you're dependent and as you're working through the application. So your user experience, your experience working on the online application might reflect that, okay? Of course, if you're an independent student, which as we learned means that you don't need parent information, it's only your information, you as the student, that you're entering, then you don't have to worry about this parent section. It's just going to be student financial information that you're providing. Another thing worth noting, another consideration I'd like us to be aware of, is that, of course, all of our backgrounds, especially financial backgrounds, are a little different, okay? So we all don't have the exact same situation where we literally made the same money, we have the same things on our tax return, or maybe we didn't file a tax return, right? So all of our backgrounds, our situations are all slightly different. And so what that means is that as we look at each question, it might be possible that as we review the question, that I don't speak exactly into what's applicable for you, right? I'll try to offer a few examples. I'll try to offer guidance about how you might answer this question, what you might need to look at, but things could still be a little bit different for you, just depending on what your tax situation is, or maybe what type of income or investments you have, things like that. So if I don't quite cover something that's going to help you with completing your application, with answering each question, as a reminder, we have that Q&A feature, okay? So please still submit your questions. Just to reiterate, we have amazing financial aid staff members, experts available, experts who want to answer the most complex of questions. So consider this a pass or a license for you to just ask the most complex question and try to stump them. So please take full advantage of that. And as mentioned, if you have a very particular question to ask, make sure to submit that, and we're happy to help. All right, so we're doing great on time. We're about midway through this workshop, and we have about an hour remaining until we transition to some other amazing workshops, which we'll certainly learn more about. But we definitely have ample time to go through this section carefully, and also to hopefully allow you all sufficient time so that you're able to continue working through your application, right? So let's go ahead and get started now with the financial section. So as we prepare to answer these questions, just to help us understand what documents we might need to look at or what questions we might be approaching, we first have to ask ourselves, both you as a student, so you as a student, ask yourself, speak to yourself, or if you're a dependent student, your parents. So if you as the student or your parent, if you filed taxes, right? If any of you all filed taxes in 2020, if that's true, then you're going to look at certain documents. If you didn't file, then you might need to look at some other documents. So all of you should first of all just consider, did you file taxes in 2020? You have a few options on the application. The application allows you to say not going to file. If you as the student or if you as the parent didn't file taxes in 2020, that's fine. You can just say not going to file. If you as the student or your parent are still planning to file, life happens. There could be different things going on to where you haven't gotten around to filing those 2020 tax returns. There is an option to say will file. Okay, so just keep that in mind. If you are still planning on it, if you're required to file for 2020, but just haven't yet, you can say will file. For those of you who did file taxes in 2020, whether you as a student or the parent, then there is an option to say already completed. For those of you who are not going to file taxes and were not required to file taxes in 2020, something to consider, to be aware of, is that you still might have earned income from working. All right, let's think back to 2020. So that's 2 years ago, more or less, right? So in 2020, did you as the student have a job and did you earn income? Were you self-employed, right? You got your side business, you're hustling, doing your thing. If you had income earned from working in 2020, then you're going to have to report the wages, the money that you earned in 2020. And similarly, parents, if you did not file taxes in 2020, but if you still worked or if you still had your own business, maybe you had farm income. As we'll see, farm income is a factor. So maybe we have some people with farms that have farm income that they need to report. But if you as a student or parent had any income from working in 2020, please keep in mind that you will still report that even if you didn't file taxes. So there will be a question where you'll have to report that information. Now, for those of you students or parents, If in 2020, if you did file your taxes or you're still planning on filing your taxes, then of course you are going to report that information. So it is going to be the 2020 tax information that you're going to need to refer to. Or for those of you who will file your taxes, hopefully by now you at least have an idea of what you're going to report, because you will include that information on this application. So what documents are you going to need to look at now? Paola walked us through, way back when, early on into our time together, maybe when some of us are still waking up, right? It's all kind of a gradual, progressive thing. Way back when, Paola showed us the required documents that we may need in order to answer each questions. And as we saw, there were 2020 documents like the tax return, the W-2. So let's take a look at what you're going to want to have available. For those of you who have income that you're going to report, whether you file taxes, you will file, or for those of you who did not file taxes but still earned income, make sure to look at your 2020 W-2. All right, if you were employed, if you had an employer, you had a job, right, in which you earned income, then you would have been provided a W-2 form. So here's an example on the screen of what that's going to look like. Your W-2 might look a little different, but you should still see the following. You should see that bold W-2 wage and tax statement text, and you should make sure you're looking at 2020. All right, it's that particular year, 2020. That's what the FAFSA or the DREAM Act is going to ask. Okay, 2020 income information. So make sure you're looking at the 2020 W-2. Make sure you're looking at box 1 where it says 1 wages, tips, other compensation. It's that number, that income that you need to report on your financial aid application when you're asked about income earned from working. So please make sure you have those W-2s available. I hope that you all have that readily accessible. Maybe some of you right now are scrambling, right? You're opening up the box, flipping through those papers. Maybe some of you have an electronic document, right? I mean, hopefully that's accessible, but please make sure you have your W-2. If that applies to your situation, you really want to make sure that you're providing accurate information. Now, for those of you who filed taxes in 2020, whether you as the student or you as the parent, and those of you who are completing the FAFSA application, you might have the option, the ability to use what's called the IRS data retrieval tool. So what is this data retrieval tool? Let's talk about it. The IRS data retrieval tool is a feature built into the FAFSA application, which basically allows you to import tax data directly from the IRS database onto your FAFSA application. So it's basically drawing the information, getting all that tax stuff that belongs to you from the source, from the IRS, and just having that reported right onto your FAFSA, right? So that's a great way to ensure 100% accuracy of the information on your FAFSA. It's a great way to try to streamline things as well, because the data retrieval tool is going to answer the majority of those tax questions. So if possible, you want to take advantage of that data retrieval tool. You'll see as you answer the questions on the FAFSA, specifically your tax filing status and then marital status. As you progress further into the FAFSA, you might see this come up. So you might see this messaging, this icon showing the IRS emblem and the ability to use the data retrieval tool. If possible, use it. You're more than welcome to. It's certainly beneficial. However, for some families, they're not able to, or some students are not able to. For different reasons, this might not be an option. So if not, don't worry about it. Or potentially you're trying to get it to work and it's not working, that's okay. You can always just choose to skip the data retrieval tool, and you can then report your tax information manually. So ultimately, if you don't have this option, or if it doesn't work, or maybe you just don't want to do this, you just figure you have your tax stuff and you want to report it, that's fine. Just make sure you can select skip data retrieval tool, and then you can answer each question manually. One more comment about the data retrieval tool, just because as mentioned earlier, we all have slightly different situations, things like that. Some of you might really want to use this, right? You're thinking, oh man, this is amazing. I love technology, it's the best. And I would love to just have my tax stuff transferred on here. That's amazing. Love the enthusiasm. I love that the data retrieval tool feature is available for those who qualify and those doing the FAFSA. But please keep in mind, in order to use this feature, you actually would have needed to create your federal student aid ID, the FSA ID, a few days ago. Okay, so basically, you as the student or parents, if you're going to create your FSA ID, when you do that, your information is authenticated and it goes through this identity protection stuff. So all of that needs to happen before you can use the data retrieval tool. And this is the way the government tries to really protect your information. And this is part of their security efforts, things like that. So just keep that in mind. Your federal student aid ID, the username to access the FAFSA, you would have needed this. You would have needed to have created this several days ago, and for that authentication to all go through for you to use the data retrieval tool. So just one more comment, just in case that applies to you or helps you understand whether or not you can use this feature. Now, for those of you reporting your tax information manually, right? If you're not going to use the data retrieval tool for whatever reason, that's perfectly fine. In this event, we're going to look at the tax return information. We're going to show you snapshots and images of where to look at on your tax return. And as you all know, we have ample time during today's workshop, both this workshop and even a live Q&A workshop happening afterwards, where we can help you answer these questions. But do make sure that if you filed taxes in 2020, whether you as the student or your parent, you want to make sure to have that 2020 tax return. So pay close attention. Those of you who filed taxes here in the States through the IRS, through the 1040 form, make sure you're looking at 2020, right? So you want to make sure that it says 2020. You don't want it to say anything else. If it says 2019, nope, not the ones you want to look at. If it says 2021, for those of you who already did that, right? Way to go. But no, we don't want 2021. We want 2020 information. So make sure to look at that. And you also want to have all pages of your tax return, and that's important too. Depending on your tax situation, depending on what you reported, how complicated it is, you might have different documents, some other forms called schedules, and we'll talk about that soon. That's always an exciting conversation. But make sure you have everything, okay? Make sure you have everything for your federal tax return for those of you who filed in the States through the IRS using the 1040 form. And this is, once again, an example of what it looks like. We might have some people who did file taxes, but from another country. So if that's true, if you as a student or a parent filed taxes in another country, you still have to report that, okay? So make sure that you have that 2020 tax form, whatever it is, whatever it looks like. But it's going to look different than this, right? This is an example of the federal tax return for those who are US tax filers. Okay, so the initial question that you're going to see is, of course, the tax filing status. So whether you as the student or parent, did you file taxes for 2020, right? In order to answer this question, for those of you who did file taxes, you're going to see the filing status at the top, okay? If you didn't file taxes, you don't see this question, but if you will file, or if you already did file your taxes from 2020, then you are going to see this question asking about your tax filing status. Make sure to look at the tax return, and one of those options should be checked. So either you filed single, or you filed married filing jointly, or you filed married filing separately, head of household, or qualifying widower. So you'll want to make sure to look at that. And as a reminder, right now on your FAFSA, you might be in the student section. So make sure that you're answering this as the student, if you are in the student section, or for those, maybe you're in the parent section. So if you're in the parent section right now, then make sure you're referring to your parent's tax return if your parent did file taxes. So you'll be answering this question about tax filing status if you file taxes, and then we'll go ahead and move on to the next question. All right, so the next question, tax-related questions for those of you who will file taxes or already filed taxes from 2020. The question is going to ask about 2020 adjusted gross income, okay? For those of you as the student or parents out there who filed taxes in 2020, you'll have to report your adjusted gross income. Now, I'd like to point out a few things. First of all, you will notice on the FAFSA or DREAM Act, we get some guidance, some instruction on where to look at on the tax return. Notice that after the question is asked about adjusted gross income, we're given the instruction or the remark, really. This is reported on IRS 1040 line 1. Okay, so there's a little bit of that guidance. Look at that 1040 line 1. Another thing to consider are those built-in help and hints features that Paola mentioned. The FAFSA and DREAM Act will have a little question mark icon. So if you select that, there's some additional guidance. Those of you working on your FAFSA application, if you select that question mark icon to these tax questions, here's a nice little Easter egg, a nice little surprise, I guess. If you select that question mark icon, you actually see a screenshot. So there's a screenshot of the tax return, very similar to what we're looking here, and it's going to show you where to look at on the tax return. So yeah, that's going to be a useful feature. Make sure to take advantage of that as needed. But as we look at this question together, those of you on this question reporting your adjusted gross income, look at line 1, and as you can see on the screen, there's an example of where you want to look at on the tax return. So once you've entered this number, you're going to then proceed further into the application. Now, the next question is going to ask how much you as a student, or how much parents, whether one parent or two parents, depending on your situation, earned from working in 2020. Okay, so ultimately, to answer this question, you want to consider, you want to account for the amount of money that you as the student or your parent made from working in 2020. Where things can get a little complicated, a little interesting, is what type of income you may have had. Okay, whether you were maybe self-employed, you had some business income, maybe you had some S corporation money, or farm income. So depending on your situation or your parent's situation, you might need to refer to some different forms, okay? And where things can also get interesting in answering this question is whether you as the student, or maybe your parents, filed jointly, right? Filed jointly. So if you as a student were married, or parents were married and filed jointly, and if both people were working, then things can get interesting in terms of figuring out how much each person made from working. Or maybe you as a student or parent were married but filed separately, then you might need to look at different tax forms and then kind of track down this information. So we're going to spend a few minutes looking through this question, looking at the different forms that you need in order to answer this question. Of course, if you really want to ask something that's applicable to your situation, you can submit that through the Q&A. And I do want to add as well, if it hasn't been shared, the Q&A feature, you can submit a question anonymously. So maybe you really need to be specific about what's on your tax return or about your situation, and just need to know how you might answer a question. And if you feel that that's a little, maybe you're feeling that, oh, that's a little too sensitive, or I don't necessarily want to ask that in the public forum, you can use the anonymous feature and still ask your question. We really want to make sure that for all of you, you're all able to answer these questions and complete your application in order to apply for financial aid opportunities. So make sure to continue using that Q&A feature, okay? So once again, this question ultimately just wants to know how much income was earned from working, okay? Whether the student or the parent. And once again, just pay close attention on where you're at in the application, whether you're in the student section or the parent section. Now, you might need to look at some different forms, some different documents. Of course, for those of you who filed taxes, right, you have your 1040 form, those of you who filed a US income tax return. So looking at the 1040, you want to look at line 1 of the 1040, and we'll look at an example in a few moments. Line 1 will report wages, okay? So if you had income from working, if you were an employee to an employer, you would have had wages reported to you through the W-2, and then that appears on line 1 of the 1040. Now, If you filed jointly with someone, you as a student or parent filed jointly and both were working, then line 1 actually combines income from both people. So you're going to have to figure out how much of that income belongs to one person, how much to the other person. So please keep that in mind. If you as the student or your parent had business income or farm income, then that's reported on Schedule 1. So you'll have to refer to the IRS Schedule 1, specifically lines 3 and 6, and we'll look at an example of that shortly. And then finally, if you as a student or parent had an S corporation and you had specific type of income to report, then you'll have to refer to IRS Schedule K1, specifically amounts in box 14. And we'll look at an example of that, okay? But once again, it's important to answer this question accurately, and depending on your situation, you just might need to think carefully about how much, what types of income are included here, and then how much income was earned from each person. So let's look at some examples. So once again, in order to answer this question, you'll have to look at the 1040 line 1, and you'll have to see if any income is reported on here, okay? If you as the student, if you filed your taxes and it's only you filed single or head of household, basically that there's no other person, you weren't married, and it's just your information on the tax return, then you're really just focusing on line 1. If your only income was earned income, if you weren't self-employed, you don't have farm income, you don't have an S corporation, then it's really just going to be income from line 1, okay? Now, parents or students who are married, who filed jointly, where both people were working, then as a reminder, line 1 is going to combine your income. So what you'll want to do is you'll want to look at W-2s, right? Look at each person's W-2. You want to look at box 1 of that W-2, okay? And for some of you might have several W-2s, okay? You might have to look at several W-2s and add those all up. A good way to just make sure that you're answering this correctly is that, and to make sure that you have all of your W-2s, is you want to make sure to add up those W-2s, the amounts reported on box 1, and that should match exactly line 1 here, okay? So I know, my apologies if that seems like we're getting really granular here, really specific, but once again, we just want to try to help everyone out, and everyone's situation might be a little different. So keep in mind that you're looking at line 1 in order to report this income earned from working, but just pay close attention to the fact that if 2 people were working and it's 2 people's information on here on the tax return, then you'll have to separate things out, figure out how much income each person earned. So once again, a good way to do that is looking at W-2 information, specifically box 1. Now, for those of you who were self-employed, you had business income to report, or maybe some of you had farm income to report, whether you as a student or parents, then you want to look at Schedule 1. Okay, so Schedule 1 is going to show you amounts of business income reported or farm income, okay? So you want to take that into account as well. If one of these numbers is negative, or both, if there's a negative number here, then you're just treating that as 0, okay? So just treat that as 0. You're not going to enter a negative number for income earned from working for this question, all right? Some of you might have parents, or maybe you as a student and your spouse, maybe both people had businesses. You were both self-employed, and so you both had business income that's reported. Similar to what we saw for wages on line 1 of the 1040. If both of you had self-employed income that's reported here, then you have to figure out how much each person made from self-employment, because then information gets combined here. So if that's your situation, if 2 people were self-employed, had income reported, and they filed jointly, then you have to actually look at Schedule C, okay? And so on the tax form here, Schedule 1, it says Schedule C, so that's what you want to refer to. You want to look at Schedule C to see how much the net profit, how much that income is for each person in order to answer this question, okay? So like I said, things can get very, very interesting, could get a little complicated just depending on your situation. But once again, pay close attention to your tax return, and some of you might need to refer to Schedule 1 right here, okay? And finally, IRS Schedule K1. For those of you who have an S corporation, and you have particular type of income from that endeavor, then you have to pay close attention to box 14. And as we see, there's an example here, box 14. And if you see that letter A, if the letter A is there, you want to report the amount of income reported there. Okay, so once again, some of you might not have this. If this just doesn't sound like your situation, if you don't think you have an S corporation, that's probably true. Okay, so don't worry, you don't have to flip through all your tax return, go through it all. Okay, this is just going to apply to specific people who have who have an S corporation. Okay, so as mentioned, not everyone's tax return is identical. So some of you might only have a 1040, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, so how was that? I know that was a lot. I know that was a lot, but we really want to make sure that there's ample guidance, ample explanation for all of us. And some of us might have tax returns that are a little more complicated, but know that we're here. Know first of all that we understand. We get it. We get it. All of us working in the financial aid office, we've all had amazing opportunities to work closely with students and families to partner with them. And so we certainly see all of these tax scenarios. We know that it could be a lot. It could be frustrating, challenging, or just kind of unnerving, right? To look at all this stuff. But we're here. Know that support's here. We're available, of course, during this workshop. And I'll get into this later on into our time together, but in general, our office is happy to serve as a resource to our surrounding community. So even after this workshop, we're definitely here to help you complete your application. But yes, during this workshop, you have that Q&A feature, so continue submitting your questions. We're even going to have a live Q&A, so there are tons of opportunities to really guide you through this process. So we've just finished answering a question about earned income from working. So now we're entering this next section. Some of you might not see this, okay? So depending on how you've answered questions specific to that tax information, some of you might see a question that asks the following, okay? Right now, the questions that we're going to look at are used to determine whether you qualify for a simplified application experience, okay? So some of you might qualify for this, and basically there are fewer questions asked of you if you qualify for the simple experience, okay? So some of you might see this question, whether you as a student or parent. So the question will ask, did you file using Schedule 1? Okay, so the question just wants to know, hey, did you file taxes using Schedule 1? In order to answer this question, a few things to consider, okay? So you can answer no to this question. You can answer no if you didn't file using Schedule 1, okay? That's pretty self-explanatory, pretty intuitive, right? If you're looking at your tax return and you didn't file using Schedule 1, then yes, you can answer no to this question. No, I did not file using Schedule 1. However, you can answer no to this question. You're allowed to say no to this question if the only reason that you filed using Schedule 1 was to report one or more of the following. Some of you all might have used Schedule 1, but if the only reason Schedule 1 was used for your tax return is because you had unemployment compensation to report, and or educator expenses to report, and or an IRA deduction, and or a student loan interest deduction, and or an Alaska Permanent Fund dividend, then you can say no to this question. Okay, you're allowed to say no, once again, if the only reason that you used Schedule 1 was to report this information. All right. Now, I know, once again, this seems very technical, really granular, but you don't want to mistakenly answer this question. Okay, it's very important that you're responding accurately so that when financial aid offices get your application, they really can finalize your options, and it's based on true information. Okay, what you don't want to happen is to make mistakes, and then maybe that means you qualify for less money, or maybe that means that, oh, now you need to submit your documents because the office just really needs to confirm what's accurate, what's not. So as mentioned, if you see this question, read through it carefully. You can answer no to this question if you didn't file using Schedule 1, or if the only reason that you filed using Schedule 1 was to report those different items. Another question that you might see, and once again, ultimately, this is just to see if you have a more simplified experience, is whether for independent students, those of you who are independent, whether you are a dislocated worker, you as a student, or for those of you who are dependent students, if one or both of your parents, depending on your financial aid application, if they are a dislocated worker. Okay, now dislocated worker, that's a very technical term. Okay, so what I would recommend, if you think this sounds like you, if you think that you as a student, an independent student, or your parents, if you're a dependent student, are a dislocated worker, then select that text. Okay, the FAFSA and DREAM Act will allow you to use that help and hint feature, so you can select the hyperlinked blue dislocated worker text or the little question mark icon, and you'll see a definition. You'll see who is considered a dislocated worker. But please make sure to refer to that, and then you can answer yes or no to that question. Now, some of you might see this question as well, and this is another question ultimately used to see if you have a more simplified experience. All right, for those of you who are dependent students, meaning you have parent information on your application, the question wants to know if in 2020 or 2021, whether you, your parents, or anyone in your parents' household received any of the following federal benefits, or if you're an independent student, whether you or anyone in your household received one or more of the following benefits. Okay, so these are all different federal benefit programs. You'll look through them all. You'll notice that you can select each one. So if any of those were received 2020, 2021, based on this question, you can select them. If none of those were received, that's fine. You could then just say none of the above. All right. All right. That concludes those simplified experience questions. Okay, so we're getting back into the tax return, back into the tax questions. It's not over. We still have a few more tax related items to report. Okay. So getting back to the tax questions. For those of you students, if you filed taxes in 2020, or parents, if you filed taxes in 2020, the next question wants to know about income taxes paid. Okay, so the application now wants to know how much in income taxes were paid from 2020. Now, in order to answer this question, you might have to refer to two separate documents, the 1040 and the Schedule 2. And we'll see an example of both, okay? Once again, just depends on your tax situation. Some of you all didn't use Schedule 2, and that's perfectly fine, no problem. If you didn't use Schedule 2 for your tax return, then all you need to do is really focus on your 1040, all right? 1040 line 22 will report the amount of income taxes paid. Some of you all, when you look at this part of your tax return, it might look like our screen where 22 is blank. That's okay. If 22 is blank, no problem. You just enter 0. Just report 0 for that question. Or if you see 0 there on your tax return, that's fine. You know, that's good. You're not in trouble. So line 22, 1040 is where you want to look at to answer this question. For those of you who filed using Schedule 2, here's an example of Schedule 2. All right. So if you do have IRS Schedule 2, take a look at it. And you want to pay close attention to line 2, excess advance premium tax credit repayment. Okay. If you have an amount here, if you have Schedule 2 and you have an amount reported on line 2, then what you have to do is you have to subtract that amount from line 22 of your 1040. Okay, so you're basically looking at how much is on your 1040 line 22 minus the amount on line 2 of Schedule 2. Okay. Some of you, though, as mentioned, don't have a Schedule 2. Some of you have a Schedule 2 and don't have anything on line 2. So if that's true, then it's only the 1040 line 22 that you need to account for. Okay, so the next section of the financial aid application, whether FAFSA or DREAM Act, is going to ask about different financial items. Okay, and this is where things can get even more interesting, right? Because what happens a lot is a lot of the time we look at these different items and we start thinking, oh no, combat pay. I need to report my combat pay. Oh, tax exempt interest income. I need to report that. If some of these things don't apply to you, that's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. What we always recommend to our students and families is to just carefully look through each question, look through each item, okay? As you'll see for both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application, there's all of that guidance, and there are instructions provided on where to look at on your tax return in order to answer this question, okay? So use those help and hints features. If you see combat pay and you're not sure, wait, do I have combat pay? Use those help and hint features, and that will help you understand if you have combat pay. Combat pay is income earned from those who are engaged in combat in a war zone. So if you're not in the armed forces, then you don't have combat pay to report, okay? Similarly, with scholarships, grants reported as income, there's specific guidance on how to look at your tax return in order to know whether you have scholarships or grants that you reported as income. So if you as a student or you as a parent, if you didn't have any financial aid that you received as income in 2020, then this doesn't apply to you, right? So look through each item carefully, read through each question. If something doesn't apply to you, that's fine, report 0. If something does apply to you, maybe you had education credits to report, maybe you did have untaxed retirement payments basically in 2020, then you're going to find all of this. All of these items are found on your tax return, all right? Look through each one, and when you're ready to move forward, you're going to select next to continue. There are some additional 2020 financial items that you will have to report, once again, if it applies to your situation. So in 2020, maybe you as the student or you as the parent had child support that you were paying. So if so, then you want to report the amount of those payments in 2020, how much child support you paid to another person. Some of you all might have had income, might have had earnings from need-based employment programs, employment opportunities. So there is what's called a cooperative education program and need-based employment programs through a college. Okay, so if you had some of these earnings, need-based earnings, then you want to report that amount on this application, on this section of the application. Once again, if this doesn't apply to you, perfectly fine, you can just report 0. But if it does apply, then you're going to report those amounts accordingly. The next section is going to ask about untaxed income, specifically untaxed income from 2020. And you'll see there are, once again, some different items that may or may not apply to you, all right? Similar to the guidance we offered a couple sections ago, you really wanna make sure to read through each item, really just carefully consider whether it applies to you, okay? So child support received. It's okay if you didn't receive child support in 2020, you can leave that at 0, you can report 0. If you don't have a child, then there's no child support you're receiving, so you can report that as 0. Similarly, you might need to report living allowances, cash benefits paid to you if you're a military or clergy member, but if you're not in the military, you're not a clergy person, then this is going to be 0. There's nothing to report from 2020. Payments to tax-deferred pension and retirement savings plans. Now, this one sometimes is missed by people, whether the student or the parent, so this one's just an important one to highlight. As you'll see, using the help and hints features on the application, you want to look at the W-2. So you'll get some instruction on the application, but I'll mention it to you all. If you look at your W-2, you want to pay close attention to the boxes 12A through 12D. 12A through 12D, if there's amounts reported on there, an amount reported that's coded as D, E, F, G, and I think S. I don't have all those letter codes memorized, but the help and hints features will let you know, hey, if you have codes of D, E, F, etc. in these boxes on your W-2, make sure to report them. So pay close attention to that. As mentioned, the help and hints features will show you an example, will direct you on what to pay attention to. But oftentimes we do see this missed out. And as mentioned, we want to make sure that you're accurately reporting everything so that in the future, once you are enrolled during the 2022-23 school year and you have your financial aid available, that you're getting everything you're eligible for, okay? And that you don't miss out or that your eligibility doesn't somehow change because maybe you misreported something and later on the college actually requests these documents and then it turns out maybe you made a mistake, something like that. The other untaxed items from 2020 that you might need to report are veterans non-education benefits. And then there could be other untaxed income not reported, like workers' compensation, disability benefits. What I do want to add is that Social Security benefits are not at all reported on the application. Okay, so if you're getting Social Security, don't report it at all. That's excluded for purposes of the financial aid application. Now, at this point, we're going to look at asset information. Okay, so some of you all will need to report this. Some of you all, if you have a more simplified experience, will not need to report this. All right. Some of you all might see this question though about assets. So let's talk about assets. For purposes of the financial aid application, assets will include the following. Assets will include the current value, so literally as of today, okay? And that's what you're going to see in the form of the question. The question is asking as of today, so literally right now when you're submitting your application. So you have to look at the value of cash you have on hand, how much cash you have, you know, so, you know, in that briefcase of yours, pillowcase, whatever it is, just take account how much cash you have available, but also too, the value of money in your checking and savings accounts. Okay, so you also have to consider how much money is there, and that's considered an asset. All right, so, you know, a great strategy, some of you all, if you got those bills to pay, or if you want to start paying some bills, try to do that right now before you submit the application. That's a great way to lower the amount of assets that you might have to report. Okay, assets will also include the net worth of investments, specific type of investments, and that does include real estate. Okay, that does include real estate. Please know though, please know that you will not report your home, your principal place of residence where you're living at. You don't report the value of that property. However, if you do own other properties, if there's a property that you're not living in, then you have to consider the value of that property, the net worth of it. Okay, so the fair market value minus any debts you owe to that property, that's going to be the net worth. Okay, but keep that in mind. That's included as an asset for purposes of the financial aid application. And then finally, you have to consider the net worth of you or your parents' businesses or investment farms. Now, this has to be a pretty large operation. Okay, if you have a small business, small family farm, if you have less than 100 or more full-time employees, then you don't have to report the value of that enterprise. Okay, but if it is a larger operation, keep in mind you'll have to consider the net worth of that. Once again, this is all considered these are considered assets for purposes of the financial aid application. The help and hints features that, you know, we like talking about, the help and hints features also will provide you that guidance about what's considered an asset. You'll see that, especially for investments, you'll get to see what types of investments are going to be included as an asset. So stock options, 529 savings plans, other type of accounts are might be included as an asset. So take advantage of that help and hints feature. That's going to help you. Or once again, we're here and happy to answer those questions for you. So once you answer that question about assets, if you were asked that question, okay, at that point, you're going to enter the summary page to the application. For those of you working on the FAFSA application, this is a great place to look at all your responses, okay? So on the FAFSA, you're going to see a long series of questions, okay? There's probably banners. So there's probably a banner of student demographics, college information, or something to that effect. You can select each one. It's kind of like an accordion and opens up, but look through your responses, okay? I know it seems like very redundant. You might be thinking, man, we're already over an hour into this thing. I'm ready to be done, but it's so important that your answers are all accurate, okay? We all make mistakes. So look at those responses. You can make some corrections if needed. So if you see something that's a little off, you can just go back to that question and make your edits, okay? For those of you completing the DREAM Act application, there isn't necessarily a summary page. However, you can hop around the different sections, okay? So you can not literally hop around. You can try doing that, click a section, then hop for the, the effect of it. But you can go through each section. You can go previous, next, etc. And just look at your responses. Once again, double check, triple check that everything's accurate. If something's incorrect, just make sure to update your response so you can move forward. Okay, so make your corrections as needed, and then you can move forward further into the application. All right, wonderful. So now we are on the final section. We are almost there. The finish line is in sight. Very exciting. For FAFSA applicants, those of you working on the FAFSA, let's take a look at how you provide your signature. So first of all, you're going to select Provide Student Signature. You're going to see there's a nice, convenient Provide Student Signature button that you will select. You as the student completing this application, you do need to agree to the terms and conditions, okay? So you'll take a look at those terms and conditions. I'll leave it up to you in terms of how thoroughly you want to examine and analyze those terms and conditions, but you do have to agree to them in order to sign the application, all right? If you wish to sign your FAFSA, you agree to those terms and conditions, and then you as the student select, sign this FAFSA. And at that point, you're good to go in terms of the student signature, all right? For those of you who are a dependent student, meaning you had parent information on your FAFSA, please keep in mind that your parent is going to have to sign off on your FAFSA application. Now, there are two methods by which a parent can provide their signature. All right. First of all, a parent can provide their signature electronically. So that's what we're going to look at right now. And then we'll talk about a printed signature page. If your parent can create a federal student aid ID, please keep in mind the federal student aid ID is going to be an online username, an online account, and that's separate from the student. So you as a student, you have your own FSA ID, your own username that you used to log in. And then parents, you're going to need your own separate FSA ID. All right, so hopefully you can create that because that will allow you to sign the application electronically and things process more quickly. In order for a parent to create their FSA ID, the parent does need a social security number. All right, but otherwise, if the parent has a social security number, then the parent will create the FSA ID through the same website, fsaid.ed.gov. And I'm sure we can drop that in the chat box so that everyone can refer to that if parents need to now create their FSA ID. Once that FSA ID is created, if the parent chooses to do that or can do that, then the parent does have to agree to those terms and conditions. So the parent will sign selecting Provide Parent Signature. They'll agree to the terms and conditions if they want to sign it. And then the parent will enter their FSA ID information, so the username and password. One little tip we want to offer, because sometimes this happens, students, if you're a dependent student based on the FAFSA, meaning you have parent information to report, and if you have two parents on your application, this is where it's important to know who was parent 1 and who was parent 2. Because when your parent signs this electronically using the FSA ID, you're actually indicating which parent is signing. You're stating if it's parent 1 or parent 2 signing. Okay, so you want to make sure that you select the right parent, because when the parent provides their FSA ID, their username, if it's not the right parent, if it's not parent 1 or parent 2, then it's not going to go through. Okay, so this sometimes happens. So maybe just double check, okay, which parent was number 1, which was number 2. We're not playing favorites here, okay, it's just how the language is used on the application, but pay close attention to that, as that might help you to make sure the signature is provided. Now, some of you might be thinking, my parent doesn't have a social security number, or my parent just doesn't want to create their FSA ID. That's fine. Just keep in mind that you're going to print a signature page. All right, so there is an option to indicate that you're going to print the signature page. That's going to be the option that you use. And so you'll see there's a PDF file provided to you, and then you need to print that, have your parent manually sign the application, and then you submit it to the address found on the signature page. Okay, for DREAM Act applicants, let's talk about how you provide your student signature and parent signature if applicable. Students, there's a little signature box that you're going to select. So you're just going to select that signature box, save and submit. And then at that point, if you are a dependent student And that means that you have parent information on your DREAM Act application. Your parents will need to sign, okay? So there are kind of two ways that this is done. Hopefully your parent can sign right away, at which point you want to pay close attention to, there's a little pop-up window. Hopefully you don't have some ad blocker, pop-up window blocker that might affect things, but there's a little pop-up window, some messaging that will guide your parent on how to provide their signature. Or what you can do, you can go to that DREAM Act website, dream.csac.ca.gov, and have your parent provide their signature using that parent signature little section. You'll select the submit button, and then your parent will fill out the information and provide their signature accordingly. Whether you're doing the FAFSA or DREAM Act, it is important to know that the signatures are required, okay? Your application is incomplete. Financial aid offices literally cannot use your application if the student's signature is missing, or for those of you who are dependent, if your parent's signature is missing. So it's very important. Make sure these signatures are provided. You've already done so much amazing work. You've shown strong levels of discipline to get this far into the application. You want to make sure to see it all the way through. Make sure those signatures are all available. Once that's done, you're going to submit the application, submit your FAFSA, submit your DREAM Act, and congratulations. You have finished your financial aid application. I am so happy that you all set aside time, made yourselves available, and took advantage of this opportunity to participate in our Cash for College event. I do hope that this workshop on completing the FAFSA and DREAM Act was valuable to you, that it really assisted you with, first of all, understanding what is financial aid, what are we doing, how can I apply, what options are available, but also helped you to gain more familiarity with the application, the steps involved, equipped you with understanding how to answer each question. Especially consider the fact that you're applying every year. Every year, we do hope that you take advantage of financial aid opportunities. And so you will be completing your FAFSA, your DREAM Act every year. And in the future, hopefully by doing this together, you're just more comfortable, you know what you're getting into, and you're able to really successfully work on those applications in the future. We do have some other amazing workshops coming up that I'm going to speak into. Before we get into that though, let's take a look at a few more things. We're going to first of all look at what happens next. Okay, let's take a sort of a bird's eye view. We're going to have a high level overview of what to expect once you submit your application, the summary of the financial aid process going forward. First of all, it's so important to meet that March 2nd deadline. That is a priority deadline. And missing that deadline might mean that you have more limited opportunities. So if you really just want to maximize your possible financial aid options, it's always best just to apply as early as possible. For those of you completing your FAFSA or DREAM Act during today's event, which once again is the goal, we're hoping for a 100% completion rate. If you complete it today, then you're meeting that March 2nd deadline, so you're good to go. Afterwards, you want to make sure to check for any email updates. Okay, as we saw, you as a student provide an email address, parents provide an email address. If something is missing, then you're going to get messages. Okay, once your application processes, once the FAFSA or DREAM Act processes through the federal or state system, you will get an email. The email will say that your application was processed successfully and that you now have access to a student aid report, a report that will provide you some very useful information. So we encourage everyone to take a look at their student aid report, those who did the FAFSA, or the California aid report, those who did a DREAM Act, and review that information. Those reports will have a summary of your responses, which once again, just a great way to double check, triple check, quadruple check that everything reported was accurate. If you do find a mistake, if something was absolutely incorrect from the time that you originally did the application, then it's perfectly fine to make a correction, okay? You can re-log in and then make a correction. So make sure to look at your report to just confirm everything's accurate. That report will also provide you some very useful comments. There are comments that help you understand your eligibility, that help you understand whether you might have to submit more information. If there's a comment on there that talks about verification or missing signatures, right? Those are good reminders. Those are good, I guess, warning signs that you're going to have to take some action. Okay, so that'll just help you have some good expectations going forward about whether more steps might be needed after you submit your application. Colleges included on your FAFSA or DREAM Act will get a copy of that application, and they will at some point, it really depends on each school's procedures and their timelines that they're working with, but they could very well start sending you messages, sending you offer letters, financial aid awards, things like that. So start taking a look at all of that. Some schools might request documents from you, and you want to submit those documents as soon as you can. One thing we do want to remind students is that those of you who are considering enrolling during the summer 2022 term, it's best practice just to take care of the 2021-22 application. What we did today, what we worked on today was the 2022-2023 application, which is going to be used for the 2022-23 school year. For many schools, that school year starts fall 2022. So if you're thinking about enrolling the semester before summer 2022, it's best just to work on the 2022-22 FAFSA or DREAM Act. That particular year we'll look at 2019 information, so just keep that in mind. But it's going to be best just to work on it, just in case you're open or you end up enrolling summer 2022, because there are still financial aid options that you could access during the summer term. And then finally, ask questions. Make sure to connect with the financial aid offices at whatever school you end up going to. Financial aid offices are there. They are staffed and equipped to help you understand your eligibility, to help you understand your next steps, and then certainly ask questions here. I'm so glad that the Q&A feature has been very active throughout this whole workshop. I've seen questions submitted throughout this workshop, and know that we're still available. We're still here to answer those questions as they come in. Now, I do want to spend a few moments talking about a very exciting opportunity. Let's discuss a student survey. It is so important for us to hear from you. We really wish to find ways to enhance and make this workshop useful and as best we can to make it amazing for you all, to serve you all, to help you all. So please share your experience via the survey available. By completing this survey, that you are entering into a scholarship drawing. Okay, so it's a great way to give your feedback, and it's a great way to enter into an opportunity to win a scholarship. Why not? You'll see on the screen there's a QR code. So if you take your smartphone, right? Smartphone, you can't see my smartphone, that's too bad. There you go. If you take your smartphone and just somehow hover it magically over the QR code, you will be taken to a student survey. Please complete and submit that brief survey so we know what your experience was like, and we can always enhance and build upon that. And you'll notice in the chat box as well that there is a link directing you to the survey website. So please look at that, and you might find yourself winning some scholarship money, which is pretty amazing. I also do want to direct your attention to our Cash for College post-event resources webpage, and we will also provide that link in the chat box, or you can take a picture of the screen and then type out that nice long web address link thing, and you'll find that we have this webpage that's filled to the brim with amazing resources. We also have a banner that takes you to that student survey that we have available. You'll notice too, though, that we have videos. There are tutorials that we've recorded. We've literally recorded videos going through the entire FAFSA, going through the entire DREAM Act application. There's also some financial aid 101 information, some great material there that can really help you. And at a later point, we actually will have a recording. We'll have a recording of this event on our Cash for College post-event resources webpage. So that's going to be there for your benefit. You can share it with your friend, share it with your neighbor who needs assistance with completing their application, and we hope that you find that useful. Finally, we do encourage everyone stay connected with us. As I mentioned earlier, I kind of remarked briefly how the financial aid office, we're here, we're happy to serve as a resource to our surrounding community. So know that we are available. You'll see our office hours, contact information. Beyond this workshop, we are happy to help answer questions. We are happy to make our resources available to help you with applying for financial aid. Once again, our office hours are there on the screen. You can give us a call, send an email. Our webpage, both our Instagram and our webpage, has amazing financial aid literacy resources to help you understand financial aid eligibility, options out there, different requirements. And we frequently host different workshops, different events. We may or may not have a very exciting application marathon on the March 2nd deadline. And if you want to know about all those amazing workshops, we will have that information on the website and on our Instagram webpage. Thank you all so much. We have still a lot more amazing opportunities and workshops that I hope you take full advantage of. And I will hand things over to Rosie Esparza, who will walk us through the rest of today's events. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy and Paula, for sharing your knowledge on the FAFSA and the California DREAM Act applications. Students and families, you will all receive a post-event email with information on how to access this recorded presentation and other resources to help you through the financial aid application process. I know Rudy was very thorough about making sure that you had all the information right now to be able to complete the application itself. But if you're not able to finish it or need some additional information, do know that we will email all this information to you, the recording. I believe in the chat, we also shared the link where these recordings will be housed, which will be our post-event resource webpage. So if you're able to open up that link and save it in your browser, that will come in handy as you're working through your financial aid application. Before we begin our live Q&A session, which is following right now on the 11 a.m. hour, we would like to remind you of our scholarship and admissions workshops that are happening right now as well. We have shared the link in these we have shared the link to these Zoom workshops in the chat, but you also see them on your screen. So you can actually just enter in the Zoom ID numbers that you see in blue if you want to attend the scholarships or if you want to attend the admissions workshops. We will be having these workshops, they're happening right now, but they'll also be happening again at 1 p.m. So if you want to stick around to our live Q&A session that's happening right here at this webinar, but do still want to attend a scholarships or admissions workshops, do know that that will happen again at 1 p.m. So you will get an opportunity to attend both. Let's see. So now we will zoom right into our live Q&A session. Here you can continue to ask questions via our Q&A feature. We will be reading questions and answering them out loud. As mentioned, all students and families who register for Cash for College will receive a post-event email that will also include access to a predetermined frequently asked question worksheet. These are the most common questions we are asked by students and parents regarding the financial aid application. So we are joined today by Roman Cardona, who's our financial aid specialist, Christine Santiago, also a financial aid specialist, and Rudy Sanchez, who we just heard from, financial aid specialist in the office. So with that, let's go ahead and get started with our first question. I believe there is one in the chat, it just disappeared, but okay. So I think a lot of the questions that came in just recently were about getting the scholarship Zoom link. So for those that are asking for the scholarship and the survey links, I hope that you had an opportunity to look in our chat. We did share the scholarship Zoom link directly, as well as admissions and the survey link as well. So as a reminder, the survey, if you complete the survey, you are entered to win a $1,000 scholarship. So please take about 5 minutes to complete that survey. It's free money. So make sure that that's there. I think, let me see. Just going through the questions. One second. Okay, so the first question is, can I apply to both the DREAM Act and the FAFSA application? And we'll have Christine go ahead and answer this question for us.
Hi, so the answer to that question will be no. When it comes to the FAFSA and the California DREAM Act, students will really just need to complete one application. It is very important that you only complete one. The FAFSA is specifically for students who are either US citizens or what we consider eligible non-citizens. Usually eligible non-citizens we refer to maybe legal permanent residency or certain types of, if you have like a refugee status. If you are considered a dreamer, maybe you have AB 540 status, or if you have a DACA social security number or TPS, then you would be considered for the California DREAM Act application. So to answer that question, you will only be completing one application, either the FAFSA or the DREAM Act.
Thank you, Christine. I do have a follow-up question that was asked earlier that I do want to have you also answer. Another question was about the California DREAM Act. I read only instructions person can fill the application who has 3-year high school or 3-year in college. I'm a first generation here in college, but it's been only 2 years still. Can I fill out the California DREAM Act application?
So so with the DREAM Act application, there's a couple different eligibility requirements in order to fill it out. One of them is that you have to meet what's called AB 540 status here in California. That is a special form that you would fill out with the specific college that you will be attending. So when it comes to that AB 540, you do have to have completed at least 3 combined years of either high school, elementary school, middle school, even community college years will count towards that as well. So you do have to have a combination of 3 years of schooling in California, in addition to a high school diploma or an equivalent to that. That would be the requirements for AB 540.
Thank you, Christine. This question's for Roman. Roman, the question reads, I have a question for FAFSA 2022-2023 renew application. For the tax information, do I have to submit the 2020-2021 tax information or the 2022-2023 this year?
So for the 2022-2023 FAFSA application, the requirement specifically asks that you use the 2020 tax forms. So very important. Maybe the wording of the 2021-2022 FAFSA might be a little misleading, but when completing the 2022-2023 FAFSA application, make sure that you are using the 2020 taxes.
Thank you, Roman. A follow-up question for you on the same topic. If we don't have access to our 2020 income tax returns or the W-2s records, is it possible to still apply?
Yes, I mean, it's recommended that you apply. If you don't have that information because maybe you're still looking for them, a recommendation is maybe try to, for the time being, just so that you meet the March 2nd deadline, maybe try to estimate as best as you can, as accurately as you can. Once you have that information available, then you could always go back and make corrections and updates. Very important that if you do provide estimates, that once you have information to go back, because obviously you want to make sure that you are receiving the eligibility that you're entitled to receive. And sometimes with the estimates, it might actually cause that, you might receive less or sometimes even more. Some schools, well, all schools, part of the financial process is they have verifications in place. So if a student gets selected for verification, they might be required to submit the specific document, tax information, certain verification forms, so that we can make sure that that application is correct.
Thank you, Roman. So we did get a question in through the chat. So students and families, just do know that our Q&A feature is still open. So if you have any other pending questions or you need any clarification on a certain topic, please feel free to submit your question through the Q&A feature. We are answering those live. So Rudy, this question's for you. When one of the parent is in another state for 7 years, are they considered separated? It's a question on the California DREAM Act application.
Yes, thank you for that question. It's important to, first of all, think about the parent's marital status. So it's more a question of, are they legally married? If they are legally married, then it's perfectly okay for parents to reside in separate households, separate states, separate countries. In that example, you would still report both of their information on the application. And the whole question about state, practically speaking, is really a question that's used to confirm state financial aid opportunities, which would mean that here in California, if the parent on your FAFSA or DREAM Act, if they've been residing physically present in California over a year, then for purposes of the application, you can put California. But if they are residing elsewhere, then you would just want to make sure that you're reporting the appropriate residency. But as mentioned, you really first have to think about parents' legal marital status, which them living in a separate place, it really doesn't have a bearing on if they're legally married or if they're legally separated, maybe legally divorced, etc. So I hope that answers the question. If you did need to follow up or need more clarification, please feel free to submit another question using that Q&A feature.
Thank you, Rudy. A follow-up question is, I submitted the AB 540 to Mount SAC before, and it was approved for the wrong term. Do I have to submit another one? Christine, do you want to help us answer that question?
With this question, you'll really want to refer to the Admissions and Records Office. They are the ones who are in charge of processing these AB 540 forms. If it had been a while that maybe a few semesters ago that you had submitted that AB 540 and it was approved, then you may have to complete a new one, especially if there was maybe a break in your attendance here at Mount SAC. So I would refer you to give them a call and to find out if a new form is necessary or not.
Thank you, Christine. And just as a reminder, we do have an admissions and records workshop happening right now. So if you want to actually join that workshop, you can see the direct link in the chat box right now, and they can actually answer and hopefully be able to verify any information for you as well. All right, so with our next question is, this is for Roman. Roman, what if my parents are worried about providing their private information on my financial aid application?
Good question, because yeah, indeed, the FAFSA application, DREAM Act application does ask for a lot of personal information. But I mean, be aware that the information is very safe. We actually, the information that's provided on the application is only shared amongst the schools you actually list on your application. Sometimes we go through some federal departments, state departments to confirm certain information. But obviously that's just to make sure that your application or the way you answer some of the questions on the application were answered correctly. So just be aware, be sure that all the information is safe, is only shared among schools and any federal state departments.
Thank you, Roman. Rudy, this question's for you. Good morning. My niece wants to apply for FAFSA, but her mom is in Mexico and she gets child support from her biological father. Now, my brother is the one that put her as a dependent for the 2020 year tax returns, but he is not her legal parent. Also, I already claimed her for my tax returns for the 2021 year as a common dependent. Whose information do we use to fill out the application? Another thing is that we don't have contact with her biological father since we don't know who that is.
Thank you for the question. I hope I can answer it clearly. What first has to, we have to do some kind of preliminary thinking in order to answer the question. So for this student, they would have first of all answered what are called dependency status questions. They would have answered very specific questions that help determine if parent information is needed. So the student would have answered questions about if they are married, if they are under legal guardianship, along with other things. So hopefully the student would have answered these questions accurately, because that does have that does have an effect on whether parent information is required. So if the student is considered dependent, then the student has to consider their parent's marital status, okay? Because that does then affect which parent needs to be on the application. So if, and as we learned, learned from Paola, parent for purposes of financial aid is the biological or adoptive parent. All right, so I think grandparent was asking this question, or grandparent is involved supporting the student. So if grandparent legally adopted the student, then it's grandparents' information that needs to be reported on the application. But if student wasn't legally adopted, then yes, it is biological parent information. And then we have to understand what is the marital status between those biological parents. As was mentioned, if biological father whereabouts are unknown, then we have to think about biological mom's marital status, and the student would want to communicate with mom to answer those questions, to provide information to those financial questions. So I hope that helps with answering that question. Once again, if there is clarification needed, or maybe I missed something, Rosie, we're happy to help offer more guidance and feedback.
Thanks, Rudy. Just to follow up on that question for you. So what if the student has no contact with both parents? What are the student's options in that case?
Sure, thank you. For any student who is determined by the application to be dependent, meaning parent information is required, then if a student can't provide their parents' information, maybe they don't have contact with parents, then on the application they could state such. They can state unable to provide parent information due to a special circumstance, and then the student of course wants to complete the application, still complete the application, submit it. But then the student should be aware that they need to work closely with the financial aid office at whatever school they go to, or maybe the schools they're interested in. Reach out to the financial aid office and have a conversation with them. Let them know what your situation, let them know that on your application you couldn't provide your parents' information. And each school will have a certain procedure, a certain process, steps involved, where hopefully you're able to be considered independent at that college for purposes of financial aid. So schools could consider on a case-by-case basis, based on your unique circumstances, they can consider you independent. So then it's only your information on the application, not parents' information. But that really is a conversation, a partnership that you want to have at the financial aid office of the school you go to.
Thank you, Rudy. We do have a lot of parent questions, but we will answer one that just came in through the chat, and this is for Christine. Christine, in the student's financial section, if they are a dependent and have never worked, so they don't have a W-2, are they answering NA to all the financial aid questions, or financial questions, I'm sorry?
So under the student portion of the application, if the student never worked, so for the tax information, they can put not going to file. It'll still ask if they had any income from wages. So it's okay for the student to go ahead and put 0. For all of the extra financial questions, if you'll notice that there's actually not a red asterisk, so they're not necessarily required to be answered. If those questions do not apply to the student, it's okay to just leave it blank or enter 0 for those.
Thank you, Christine. So another question, not related to financial aid, what is the next admission workshop? So I'll go ahead and answer that question. Our next admission workshops during today's event is happening at 1 p.m. So we will have a second admissions and records workshop and a scholarships workshop also happening at 1 p.m. So I believe we did share those links in the chat. So if you want to save those links, if you're joining us and want to stay here with us for the Q&A segment as well as a resource fair, you can log off at 1 p.m. and join the admissions workshop. That's happening again during that hour. Okay, so the next question is going to be for Roman. Roman, it's asking me about what college degree or certificate will I be working on when I begin the 2022-2023 school year. I will be applying to the nursing program this year. Which option do I choose?
Good question. So when answering that specific question, it depends on your educational goal. So for example, if you are attending Mount SAC and like you mentioned, you are starting the nursing program, it might be recommended that you answer, there's going to be two options. One of them is going to be an associate technical program. The other one, if your goal is to eventually or potentially transfer to a four-year school, you're going to select associates with transfer. That will allow you to receive the appropriate financial aid that you're entitled to receive.
Thank you, Roman. This question's for you, Rudy. The question is, what is the difference between a change of income for dependent and a change of income for an independent?
Yes. So a change of income for a dependent or independent really has to do whether the student is a dependent student and therefore has parent information required on their application, or if they're an independent student and so parent information is not considered. So it has to do with whose information we're needing. As a general remark, a change of income is something which takes place where a student or parent's financial situation has really changed. As we saw, the financial aid application is looking at information from the past, from a couple of years ago. And of course, things can change. So potentially a student or parent could have reduced work hours. Maybe they're unemployed. Maybe they had a one-time anomaly of income. You know, they had an amazing scratcher and won a lot of money and reported it as income. So if there are changes that happen, it's possible that the financial aid offices at each school could look at those changes. And then sometimes what that means is that the school could approve the student for the change of income, and that might result in additional financial aid eligibility. But in terms of which form to complete, they're both change of income forms, but just pay close attention to whether you're a dependent student or an independent student.
Thank you, Rudy. So on the topic of dependency, this question's for you, Christine. The question reads, what do I do if I'm dependent on only one parent? Can I still use my other parent's tax information?
So typically when it comes to which parent to put on your FAFSA or DREAM Act application, you're going to put down the parent that you live with. So if you are primarily living with, let's just say you're living with mom, then that's the parent that you're going to be providing the information for. It doesn't necessarily mean which parent claimed you on their taxes or whatnot. It's going to be that parent that you live with. If your parents are not together or they're divorced, you're going to choose the parent that you live with. And so if the parent that you live with is remarried, then you would enter that parent and your step parent. If that parent that you live with is divorced or separated or never married, then you're only going to report that one parent. There's no need to put the other parent on your application.
Thank you, Christine. The next question is for Roman. Roman, when going to the IRS site on the first page, do we fill out the student information or the parent information? I believe this is in reference to using the IRS data retrieval tool.
Yes. So when trying to access that information, usually, the question asks if you want to go ahead and go kind of away from the FAFSA application into the IRS site. Depending on what information you're trying to retrieve. So for example, if you're on the parent tax section, then you're trying to retrieve parents' tax information. So if it's specifically that information, then you would put parents' information. If you happen to be on the student tax information section, then it's pertaining to the student's information. So it just depends on what part of the application you might be. If you're on either the student section or the parent section, that's the information that you're trying to retrieve. So so if you're parents, then go ahead and put in parents' information, and it should allow you to download that information into your actual application, and you're going to be able to see that it's going to pre-populate a lot of the financial aid or the finance fields.
Thank you, Roman. Rudy, this question's for you. So for adding school, what would we add Mount SAC? And what if I want to apply for more than 10 colleges? What should I do?
Thank you for the question. We certainly hope that all students would consider Mount SAC, as we do have amazing academic programs, robust services and support programs. We'd love to have you. So yes, if you're considering Mount SAC as an option where you will continue your learning, then make sure to include us on your application. As a reminder, our school code, and hopefully we can drop this in the chat box quickly too. Our school code for the FAFSA is 001245. For the DREAM Act, 00124500. So you want to make sure to add us onto your application. And if you are still keeping your options open, maybe there are more than 10 schools that you want to include on your application, what you do need to do is initially submit your application with 10 schools. And afterwards, wait until your application processes. You will receive an email by FAFSA or DREAM Act confirming that your application processes. And at that point, what you can do is relog onto your FAFSA or DREAM Act. You can then remove some schools and add the additional schools that you want to include. So it would be that kind of two-step process if you had more than 10 schools you want to include on your application.
Thank you, Rudy. The next question is, and I'll go ahead and answer this question. How do I approach it if I don't have a place to live and I'm going to attend Mount SAC? Well, the good thing is that we will be having a resource fair at 12, where one of our programs, our basic needs resources, will be presenting on the different resources and services available to our students. Some of those resources may include housing resources. So we do recommend that you, if you're able to, stay with us until the 12 p.m. hour and get a chance to hear from our basic needs resources office about the different programs and services they offer, and be able to ask this question directly to them. They will be able to provide a little bit more information about what your options are and what resources they can offer, maybe even get a chance to meet with them personally here at Mount SAC. So we do recommend that you stick around. If you're not able to do that, we will be emailing you all of the information from our resource fair panelists as well. So you will get the contact information for our basic needs resources office to get in touch with them and hopefully able to provide you with the resources that you need. Okay, so our next question is, Christine, I'll go ahead and have you answer this question. A parent that's not in the US and does not file tax in the US, file tax in the US, they file taxes in another state, what should I put for their social security number or ITIN?
Okay, so it sounds like there might be a couple questions in this one. So for the first one, if a parent doesn't have a social or an ITIN number, for that question on the application, you can just put all zeros. So you'll do 000, 0000, and then 3 more zeros. So yes, so all zeros if they do not have a US social security number or an ITIN, or tax ID number is an ITIN. Now, if the parent does live outside of the country and they do file taxes in that country, the application does allow for an answer to be, so it'll ask if the parent did file taxes. It does give an option of a foreign tax return. So if that parent did file taxes, or what is an equivalent to taxes in their country, it does give an option of putting foreign tax return, and then they would still have to enter their adjusted gross income and if they had paid taxes in that country. So that's kind of a two-part question.
Thank you, Christine. Roman, this is a follow-up question to a question you answered earlier regarding the IRS data retrieval tool. So the follow-up question reads, the first page of the IRS website has the student name, and should we change it to the parent name? So I'm assuming the question is this, maybe the student doesn't file taxes, but they're trying to use the IRS data retrieval tool. Should they change the name to the parent name?
Well, I mean, depending on how, when on the section, and it's very important to just kind of be aware of if you're on the parent tax information or the student tax information. Depending how you answer that first question, whether you file taxes, then it's going to allow you or give you that option to potentially retrieve the tax information. So if you happen to be on the student section and you answer that, you know, the student did file taxes, then they're going to have the option of retrieving that tax information. And that's the information that the student will put about themselves. If they happen to be on the parent section and you answer that, yeah, parents indeed file taxes, when you select that option to retrieve, you're going to require to put all parents' information. So basically what you're trying to do when you're retrieving and it takes you to the IRS website is that you're trying to retrieve whichever parent or whichever person's information you're putting. So if you're putting parents' information, it's because you want to pull down parents' taxes. If you're putting students' information, it's because you want to pull students' tax information. So it just depends on, again, what section you might be in the FAFSA application and whose information are you trying to, or tax information are you trying to pull into your FAFSA.
Thank you, Roman. The next question, Rudy, this one's for you. If a student makes $12,000 per year at age 19, is this person independent or dependent?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the determination of whether someone is dependent or independent. So really what makes someone a dependent or independent student for financial aid purposes actually has nothing to do with whether they earn income or how much income they earn, or if they file their own taxes. The determination is based on very specific circumstances. So what we always encourage students to do is work on the application, whether the FAFSA or DREAM Act, and to carefully and accurately answer each question. There are specific questions that are used by the application to confirm whether someone is dependent or independent. And none of those questions are asking if the student has income that they're earning or if they file their own taxes. If a student does really believe that based on their circumstances that they should be considered independent, even though the application considers them dependent, if the student really believes that they should be independent, then by all means they can contact the financial aid office at the school they're going to and have that conversation. And yeah, my hope would be that at the end of that conversation, of having that dialogue, there's a mutual understanding of what is the proper status for the student.
Thank you, Rudy. Kind of on that note, Christine, this question's for you. If I wanted to receive one-on-one help filling out my FAFSA papers, is that possible? If so, how would I do that? Can you just speak on the different resources we have here in the financial aid office at Mount SAC to help students complete their FAFSA or through the entire financial aid process?
Sure. So if a student needed one-on-one help, we do have a few different ways that they can get help from us in the financial aid office at Mount SAC. So one is we are open in person. So if a student wants to come into our office, and we are open Monday through Thursday from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., Fridays from 8 to 4:30. So we do have help available at our counters. If a student wants to call in, they can always call in as well. So our office phone hours would be Monday through Thursday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Fridays 8 to 4:30. We also have virtual assistants available as well, which is pretty awesome, where you can meet with one of our financial aid specialists via Zoom. We actually encourage this way because from your home computer, your laptop, you can join our Zoom and you would be able to share your screen, and we can help you one-on-one as well and kind of walk through the application itself. That can be found if you go visit our Mount SAC website, go to our financial aid page. I believe on the right-hand side, there's a section for contact us, and there is a link specifically for virtual assistance. And so that is also available, our regular office hours from Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Fridays, 8 to 4:30. The virtual assistance will be available.
Thank you, Christine. And I believe we also shared all that information, or will be sharing that information in the chat as well. So if you didn't get a chance to write it down, we will have it in the chat so you can save it as well. Okay, the next question, Roman, this one's for you. I have a tax information from 2020 from parent 1, but only have tax information from 2019 for parent 2. What are my options?
Well, there's actually, we might need a little bit more information regarding if parents are together or whose information of which parent you will be using if they are separated. So for example, typically, the parent that's supporting the student financially more, that's the information of the parent that you would use, or the parent that you've been living with the most during the academic year, or planning to live with during that academic year. That's information that you would input. Very important though that if for example, if the parent that doesn't have or currently have the 2020 taxes doesn't have them for the reason that, you know, they just never got to filing, but they are required that they file as soon as possible, because you are going to need their information, and their taxes would need to be filed. But again, you would put, depending on the scenario, if parents are separated, you will use the information of only one parent, and that's a parent that supporting you financially more than 50%, or that you would be living with more than 50% of the time.
Thank you, Roman. Okay, so we do have a couple questions that came in through the chat. Rudy, this question's for you. So if the parent files taxes out of state, should I put their tax filing number? I believe this is actually a question that Christine, you might have touched on earlier as well. So feel free to chime in as well.
Right. When entering tax information, the tax information that's requested has to deal with sources of income, has to deal with income taxes paid. There's no information about the tax number of the tax filer. There's no information about how many exemptions or dependents do you have. So what I would say is don't report, or you have no need to report the tax number or identification number. As was shared in a prior question, if the parent or student as a tax filer, if they're in another country, perhaps another state, then potentially if they don't have a social security number, just enter all zeros when there is that question about a social security number, but there would be no need to report a specific tax number that's assigned to someone who filed taxes.
Thank you, Rudy. Christine, this question's for you. There's two questions actually. For the amount of parents' income tax for 2020, where can that be found? It says, I see it says 1040, but where at?
So the income tax paid is actually going to be found on, it'll be on the IRS 1040 on the second page. So when you're looking at that 1040, there's usually a page 1 and a page 2. So on that second page, you're going to look at line 22. If for some reason it's blank, then your answer will be 0. Sometimes students may get confused with that if they don't see a number there. So if it's blank, it's 0. There's a second part to this one though. So you're going to look at line 22. If your parents have a Schedule 2, then you're also going to look at line 2 of that Schedule 2, and you'll take line 22, whatever that number was, and then subtract line 2 of Schedule 2. If your parents, I know it can be a little confusing. If your parents don't have a Schedule 2, then you can kind of just dismiss that part, and whatever's on line 22 of the 1040 is what you will answer.
All right, thank you, Christine. The next question is for Roman. Roman, I'm having trouble filling out the parent financials continued, but it's not necessary and it lets me submit. Is this section important?
Yes, all the sections of the application are important. So there's some questions that, you know, if they don't have that right answer, it's going to allow you to not necessarily input anything and allow you to move on. But very important that if you are required to answer those questions, that you don't just necessarily skip them, because they could potentially impact the type of financial aid that you might qualify for. So very important that you don't necessarily skip sections, especially the finance section. That's probably the most important section as far as determining financial aid eligibility. So I mean, if for whatever reason you happen to have submitted your application, recommendation is maybe go back with your with parents, your tax information, and maybe, you know, with a counselor or even with one of us specialists, you know, have someone look it over or go over it with you to make sure that the application was done correctly. And again, if you submitted it, one can always go back and make corrections. So it's not necessarily that it's set in stone that if there was mistakes on the application, that you're stuck with that potential financial aid award eligibility.
Thank you, Roman. Let's see. The next question is for Rudy. Rudy, should I also finish the app, fill out the app for last year? I started, but I had problems completing it. Can you also touch on which applications are needed for some of our summer programs?
Sure thing. We do encourage all students to complete the 2021-2022 financial aid application if they think it's a possibility that they will enroll in college for the summer 2022 term. Now, I do want to add is that we might very well have students here who are currently college students here or elsewhere for the current 2021-22 school year, which if so, then absolutely apply using the 2021-22 application. We definitely want you to receive consideration for financial aid options. For the summer 2022 term, especially here at Mount SAC, we do require the 2021-22 application. That specific year is the application that we use in order to see what summer financial aid options students can receive for the summer 2022 term. And we certainly hope that you all would consider enrolling here at Mount SAC for the summer, whether that means you're continuing with your enrollment here at Mount SAC during the summer, or if you're going to be a new student with us, we'd love to have you, and we'd love you all to participate in our amazing summer programs. There's these different opportunities and experiences available for first-time college students enrolling during the summer. And one way to really maximize that experience and your financial resources is to complete the 2021-2022 application. Please keep in mind that specific application does look at 2019 information. And I think you mentioned that you had some difficulties with that application. So please make sure to reach out to us. We're happy to help troubleshoot things, help you with your application. If you have specific questions, you can ask away right now. But as was mentioned before, our office is available. you can show up in person, you can give us a call. We have virtual support, and we frequently host different events that could help you with your application. So know that we're here, and we're happy to support you.
Thank you, Rudy. And I just wanted to add, we have some of our summer programs that will be joining us in the resource fair shortly. So to your question of should I complete the last year's application, which I'm assuming would be the 2021, 2022, if you're starting with us in the fall, I would highly encourage you to stick around and stay with us so that you get an opportunity to meet some of these amazing special programs, especially the ones that offer summer assistance, and then the different benefits that they also offer. All right, so Christine, I'll go ahead and give you the next question. When it asks about how many in your household, should I include the parent that's not in the state?
So if you are counting that parent as part of your household, so if that parent is married to the parent that you're living with, and they're just temporarily out of state, yes, you're going to go ahead and count them in that household. If your parents are separated or divorced and you are not counting that parent, or maybe you're not counting that parent's income, they are no longer what you consider your household, then you're not going to count them. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Christine. So Rudy, I'll go ahead and give you the next question. Both my parents have passed away, but I live with my wife's mom. So I'm confused on what to put.
Thank you for that question. Since you are married, you are considered independent for purposes of the financial aid application. So you mentioned living with wife's mom. There is a question on the application asking if you're married. I think the question is, are you married as of today? But strictly on the basis of you being legally married, you're independent for financial aid purposes. So you won't have to report parent information on your application.
Thank you, Rudy. The next question, Roman, is for you. When would I be notified of how much I would qualify? I submitted my application on November of 2021.
That would depend on the schools that you decided to send your application to, that you included on your application. Typically, the first process is getting accepted to that specific college or school, university. And usually after the acceptance within a few weeks, then the students receive what would be considered their award package. But for example, a student that has been accepted to the college, they will be notified of the potential financial eligibility that they would qualify for. For example, at Mount SAC, first you would have to get accepted to the college, create your account. Once you have all that information, then the information, the application gets reviewed. Then the student will get a notification of the financial aid that they would be eligible for that specific academic year. So again, the first step is completing the application. The application will then get reviewed by the different schools that will be receiving that application, and they would create an award package, and then at that point they'll send that information to each of the students.
Thank you, Roman. Rudy, this question's for you. For the 2020 tax returns, both of my parents filed their returns, but now one of them is passed away. Do I need to apply for a special circumstance for the question?
Thank you for the question. What's very important is that you still provide accurate information, that you still respond to each question based on what's being asked. And so the question is asked, what is your parents' tax filing status in 2020? The application will still ask for parent 2020 tax information based on what was reported. Of course, that assumes you're a dependent student and therefore need to report your parents' information. As you share, there have been some changes. And so potentially that means that your parents' financial situation is very different. Do due to that passing. So what I would encourage you to do is at a later point, definitely reach out to the school's financial aid office, wherever that would be, whether here or elsewhere, and explain what happened. And most schools have a procedure in place. They have steps involved where they can take a look at those changes and then potentially update your application so that those changes in your situation are reflected, are accounted for on your application.
Thank you, Rudy. This question is for Christine. Christine, I know that you touched on a couple of the awesome resources that we have available to our students here in the financial aid office and how they can contact us. So wanted to address this question for you. My son is a senior and I only speak Spanish. Is there a place where I can make an appointment so they can help fill out the application?
Oh, yes, of course. In our financial aid office, we do have numerous staff that speak Spanish and will be able to help you one-on-one if needed. I would suggest is go ahead. You can email us or give us a call. And we would be able to either set up an appointment for you, or you can visit our virtual assistants, as I had mentioned earlier, and we can have someone speak to you in Spanish. That way you're more comfortable in filling out that application.
Thank you, Christine. Rudy, this question's for you. If we get a pension each month of a certain amount of money by the government, where do we put that in the application?
Yeah, that might appear in a few different areas. So first of all, we have to consider the asset questions. For some students and families, they have to report asset information. And so asset information does include the amount of cash you have on hand, the amount in your checking and savings accounts. So those pension payments possibly are sitting in your account, and depending on how much total assets you have, you might have to report that exact amount on the application. So that might appear there. Something else to consider is that this might be taxable income, which if so, then that appears on your tax return, and you then actually are just looking at information from 2020, which that's the year that the 2022-23 application is based on. If you did not file taxes, or if the parent did not file taxes, but this was still a stream of income, then you are reporting that as in the untaxed income section. You are going to report that in that particular scenario. So I hope that helps answer the question.
Thank you, Rudy. Roman, this question's for you. For college housing plan, is it okay to indicate living on campus if I am still undecided? Does this affect the financial aid amount?
Yeah, for some colleges, especially if you are planning to attend a four-year college, it will affect the type of financial aid that you would be eligible to receive. Typically, when you select, for example, living on campus or living off campus, your award package is going to be greater than, for example, if you select living with parents. And this has to do with the fact that when you're away from parents, their home, you have more expenses. So for example, the largest expense typically is living expense. So having to pay either for your dorm or for your apartment. And a lot of the financial aid is based on tuition expenses, housing expenses, books and supplies, personal expenses, stuff like that. So a lot of times my recommendation is that if there's a slight possibility that you might be living in the dorms, then start with that scenario. If for whatever reason at the end you end up staying with parents, you could always go back and make that correction to your application so that the school can go ahead and adjust the award. But again, it just has to do with the possibility of what's the likelihood of you potentially living on include this.
Thank you, Roman. And the next question is for you, Christine. Can I make more than one correction to my application? And can you share with our attendees how they're able to do that both on the FAFSA and the California Dream Act application?
Sure. So the answer to that question is yes. You can make any corrections to your application, but from when you submitted it, you do have to wait. So typically from when you submit your application, for the FAFSA, it takes approximately 3 days or so for it to get processed through FAFSA. And then at that point, after it's been processed, then you can go back in. You'd have to just log back into the FAFSA. There is a link for making corrections, and then you'll be able to make any necessary corrections, either to your taxes or household or whatever it is that you need to make, and then you'll just need to resubmit it. You may, you and your parent may have to sign it again, depending on what corrections that you made. Same thing with the DREAM Act, you do have to wait for it to process through the state first before you make any necessary corrections. I think that you may not want to make too many corrections too many times, just because it may, I guess, may affect your eligibility as well, depending on what those corrections are. I would suggest, if you are unsure of what you may have to do, double check with the financial aid office as to where you're going to be going, and see if you should make any corrections or not, just to avoid having to do too many corrections and for the school to have too many versions of your application.
Thank you, Christine. The next question that came in through the chat, I believe Rudy and Christine, you might be working with this question. So either of you are welcome to chime in. But the question reads, when it asks about how many in your household, should I include the parent that's not in this state? That parent is out of state for more than 5 years, and should I still count the parent in?
I thought Christine did a wonderful job answering that question before, but yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. What you first have to consider is your parents' marital status. If both parents are legally married, then that parent's gonna be included in the household size, even if they're residing elsewhere for however many amount of years. If both parents are legally married still, then yes, they are included in the household. It is both parents' income, financial information that you need to consider. Now, if both parents are separated, divorced, if that's how you answer that question to parent marital status, separated, divorced, then in your situation, if that other parent has been living elsewhere more than 7 years, you're not living with them, so then they are excluded from the household size. So you would not include them in that situation. Thank
you, Rudy. Okay, so then Christina, I'll go ahead and have you answer this question. I think you answered it when we talked about when a student needs to make corrections to either their FAFSA or their California DREAM Act. But this student asked, my tax person has my tax return. Can I come back to this when I get the info?
Yes. So what you're going to want to do, though, is if you don't have that tax information handy, you can enter on the tax portion. When it asks if you have completed the taxes, you can go ahead and put will file and use an estimation. So maybe if you have the W-2s handy, you can kind of estimate as to how much adjust gross income or wages that your parents had, and then go ahead and submit it that way. Then when you do get that information back from your tax person, then go back in, you can make those corrections, enter the real amounts directly from the taxes, and then go ahead and resubmit it. So we always want you to try and submit this FAFSA, especially since the priority deadline is coming up. So March 2nd is that priority deadline, as Paula and Rudy had mentioned earlier. So we want you to go ahead and make sure that you submit this application before then. And it's totally okay to go ahead and put will file as the tax information in order to get it submitted and done. And then, like I said, don't forget to go back in though and enter the real numbers from the taxes once you have it.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, so Rudy, I will go ahead and give you this last question right before we start our resource fair. And the question reads, what if you didn't work in 2020 and didn't complete your IRS income tax return for 2020? What options do you choose? Will it be not going to file?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. If someone did not work in 2020, if they otherwise had no income in 2020, then likely you're going to report not going to file to that question about your tax filing status. It's perfectly fine for financial aid purposes for a student or even for their parent for that matter to state that they didn't file or they didn't have income. If in fact that's true, that's okay. What I do want to mention though is that there could be reasons that someone still needs to file taxes because they could have had other income other than money that you make from working, right? So, maybe you have some unearned type of income that you still have to report for taxes. That's where, we can't definitively answer that question. But if you didn't have any source of income in 2020, you didn't work in 2020, then yeah, you can just say not going to file. And then to the question of how much income did you earn from working, you can also put 0 and move on with your financial aid application.
Thank you, Rudy. Okay, so with that question and answer, we'll go ahead and begin our resource fair. So we didn't get an opportunity to answer your questions during this hour. We will have a second live Q&A after a resource fair. But we'll also be emailing all of our attendees the resources to assist you with the financial aid application process, as we mentioned throughout the webinar. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started with our resource fair. Just go ahead and share my screen. Okay. All right, so welcome to our resource fair. Here we'll be highlighting some of the amazing programs and services that Mount SAC has to offer. So we'll go ahead and jump right in with our first program. And please welcome Liz Hernandez from our Access program. Welcome, Liz.
Thank you, Rosie. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liz, and I am a counselor in Access. So I'm going to go ahead and, if we could jump to the next slide, please. So Access stands for Accessibility Resource Centers for Students. So it's a really long name. So all you have to do is remember Access. And we used to be called DSPNS. So you might remember that. What are we? So we are the department or the program on campus that can help you with services. If you are a student that currently has a 504 plan or an IEP, if you're in special education classes, Access is a program that you want to definitely join once you get to Mount SAC. So on your left, you're going to see examples of some of the disabilities that we serve. So we have students that have learning disabilities, ADHD, emotional psychological conditions. This would include anxiety, depression, autism spectrum disorder, medical or health conditions, sensory impairments, like students who might have low vision or are blind. If you have mobility challenges, acquired brain injury, speech or language disorder. So just to name a few. And in the program, we provide services, or we like to call them accommodations. And these are, you could have these accommodations in the classroom and for testing. So some examples would include, on your right-hand side, you'll see shared notes with classmates. So that means that if you're a student that struggles writing notes in class, you can actually get help with that. A classmate would share their notes with you at the end of each class session. So that way you make sure that you're capturing the right notes. The next one is preferential seating. This could be if you need to sit up front to hear the professor better, or maybe you need to sit by the door if you get maybe anxiety and panic attacks and you need to get up frequently. Those are some examples. The next one is audio recording of lectures. So this one lets you record with your phone or with the recorder, the professor. We have apps available that you can download. And when you're in class, you record it. And then once you go home, you can play it back again. And the repetition is going to help comprehension, and it will also help your memory. The next one is ASL interpreting and captioning. That's an example of what currently is going on right now. You'll see the interpreting going on live. And then enlargement of class materials. So this would be if you are a student that cannot see very small fonts, we could enlarge your handouts, enlarge your textbooks, so that way you're able to see them better. Again, these are just some examples. Moving on to the testing accommodations, these are the most common ones, and that's having extra time on exams and quizzes. So again, if you're a student that gets really anxious when you have to take a test and you don't have enough time, you feel like you're running out of time, we could have that, you can have that extra time. That way you're more calm when you're taking your test. We have a distraction reduced environment. So we have a testing area where you can come in and take your exams. You just have to schedule them 7 days in advance. And then breaks. Again, if you're someone that struggles with maybe anxiety or needs, frequent to leave the test, you can take a break and then come back. And then we also have math and writing support courses. So if you're a student that struggles with essays, with reading comprehension, or with math, we have those courses available that can help. Next slide, please. In addition to the accommodations, we also have additional services. So the first one I want to point out is on your right, you'll see top right, you'll see an infinity logo that says Mount SAC in color. And that is a logo to represent our puzzle project program. This is a program that we have for students that have autism. And it's a great program. I am one of the co-instructors in that program. And we pair up students with a peer mentor to help them reach their academic and their social goals. So it's a great comprehensive program to provide the support that students need as they're transitioning from high school to college. Next, you'll see a picture of a brain, and that is to represent our acquired brain injury program. Sometimes students, if they have really bad, maybe a car accident, they injure their head, or a concussed athlete, we have a program that can help them get back to their normal life with regards to using computers and working memory. If you're someone that struggles with time management, or you tend to procrastinate, we have resources available that can help with workshops and specialists that can also help make sure that you're doing your assignments and turning them in on time. And then lastly, we do have a computer lab called the Accessible Technology Center, or the ATC, where you can come in and do your work, get help, use the computers. In this ATC, we also have alternate media. So you'll see pictures here of software that can help with your textbooks, like getting them in audio formats or a PDF. And we also have Braille, so we can convert documents or textbooks into Braille for students that might be blind. So if you like what you hear, please apply to our program. There's 3 steps. So the first one is submitting your Access application online. It only takes a few minutes. The second one is to provide verification of disability. So you can actually do this during the first step. So you can download or scan your documentation or bring it into the office and we will scan it for you. And then the last step is to meet with the counselor, like myself or my colleagues, where we can talk about services and accommodations you had in high school, and then what we can do in college to make sure that you're successful. So here you'll see our email, our phone number, our website where you can find our application. And lastly, we are on Instagram. So make sure you follow us so that you can get the most up-to-date events that are going on. And if you have any questions, I'll be here till the very end so that I can answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. We actually did get a question for you earlier in the event. So I have that question written down, so I will get an opportunity to ask later. Okay. Thank you, Liz. So our next program is our Arise program, and that's going to be presented by Tatatsi Asuega. Welcome.
Thank you, Rosie. Hi, everyone. As was mentioned, my name is Tutasi Asuenga. I'm the program specialist for the ARISE program. The ARISE program, we are funded by the ANAPISI grant, ANAPISI standing for Asian American, Native American, Pacific Islander Serving Institutions. As we serve our Asian American and Pacific Islander students, we are open to all students of all different backgrounds. However, again, our programming is targeted towards our API students. We value our holistic and student development, and we want to help as many other as the other programs that you'll see here, that'll be shared here today, making sure that you're connected to the proper resources that you need as an individual, as a student, to, of course, help you succeed, whether you decide to graduate and or transfer, or earn any certificates here at Mount SAC. We are located in 16E. It's in the Equity Center, along with the REACH program and the DREAM program. And we're housed there, and we are open during this time right now during winter semester and spring semester. You're more than welcome to come in and visit us and learn a little bit more. But we do also do a lot of cultural relevant programming. What does that mean? Again, as we learn more about our Asian and Pacific Islanders cultures, we make sure that our students stay connected to identity. In May, we're going to be celebrating our Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and those events are open to all campus. But again, at the bottom where it says, we strive to create a safe space that promotes respect, accountability, and integrity, most importantly. Next slide, please. Here are just some of the things that we've done during the pandemic, during COVID, and also pre-COVID, as you can see some of our leadership retreats. But we really want to shout out our financial aid department. They help us so much. We actually have a financial aid specialist who comes on once a week to our virtual front desk. We've created a hub on Canvas where our students are able to connect with us during the pandemic, those who are online or who are hybrid, or again, who need information even if they're in person. But our hub provides all of our announcements. You're able to connect with a counselor there. And of course, again, as mentioned, you're able to visit with a financial aid specialist once a week. Actually, coming up for spring, financial aid is providing another specialist. So you're going to get, if you have any questions, you can drop into the virtual front desk, again, as mentioned, to visit and get your questions answered, because we know that sometimes our students have specific questions specific to their situation. And so we're able to move them to a breakout room here on Zoom and get their questions answered. As you can see, we also provide an educational advisor and counselors for students. We recommend them to meet with a counselor at least twice a semester. We find that there's a lot more success as you meet consistently with a counselor or an advisor. We also have a peer mentor that's assigned to a student, and that peer mentor just makes sure that your experience here at Mount SAC goes smoothly, that you're able to connect with not only us as full-time staff, but also all the other resources on campus. And the other pictures that you see here are just some of the things that we've done virtually, and as mentioned before, personally, we are doing events hybrid and in person come spring. Of course, your safety is our first priority, so we make sure that we're following all COVID protocols. But yeah, and I'll just share one event that we actually created during the pandemic. It's called That's Major. You see that flyer there at the bottom. It's a career exploration event where we've broken up the events according to majors. So we find that a lot of our students like to specifically speak with the counselor that's over their specific major, or faculty or staff that's in the nursing program, in the arts program, in STEM or in business. But we have 3 lined up for spring semester, which will be business, STEM, and nursing. So if you're in any one of those majors or interested in majoring in any of those areas, we encourage you to participate. And I think that's my last slide, but again, I want to thank the Financial Aid Department for having us on and sharing with you a little bit more about the ARISE program. Have a great day.
Thank you, Tutasi. We love our partnership, and we're so happy that you're here with us today.
Thank you, Rosie. You all are awesome.
So our next program is our CalWorks program, and that's going to be presented by Anissa Alonso.
Everyone, good afternoon. My name is Anissa Alonso again, and I'm one of the program specialists in our CalWorks program. Next slide, please. The CalWorks program, CalWorks actually stands for California Work Opportunities and Responsibility for Kids. It's really long, so we abbreviate to CalWorks, and we're here to serve our students who are parents at Mount SAC. So to be eligible for us, you need to be a parent with at least one child under the age of 18 and also receiving county cash aid or TANF. We serve students from our 4 surrounding counties, Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange County. And we want to, our students may be enrolled in short-term programs such as certificate programs or focusing on long-term education programs such as they're working on their associates or transfer. We also want our students to focus on their education, so we make sure that we help our students with completing any county documents that they might have, and also providing support in terms of having an academic counselor to meet with them to complete your educational planning, to answer any questions you have about your educational journey and your goals. And we also have program specialists that provide case management services to our students in our program. Next slide, please. Our students do have a priority registration, so it's great because you can register, your registration date is the first day of registration. We help our students connect with childcare resources and also assisting with childcare payment, so that way you can have childcare while you're attending classes, whether it's online or in person, and also childcare for study time, so our students can focus on completing homework and assignments. Our program also helps pay for all our students' textbooks, their fees, any supplies that are needed for class. So it's really great, especially when you have to take an art class and there's a lot of paint and paintbrushes that you have to buy. So our program definitely helps with any supplies that student needs for classes. We help place our students with work on campus through our CalWorks work study program that we collaborate with the financial aid office. And our students also have access to free tutoring, which is really helpful in terms of having extra support for your classes. And lastly, we provide advocacy for our students, making sure that our students have access to needed resources, such as housing, any legal resources, or any resources within the community. And it could also be on campus as well. So if you think you might qualify for our program, contact us today. There's our phone number and our email address. Thank you.
Thank you, Anissa. So the next program that we want to highlight is our counseling and our STEP program, and that's going to be presented to you by Rocio Gonzalez and Alana Baker.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Hello. My name is Alana Bakor, and I'm a counselor in general counseling. And so as you are all watching this and participating as part of the resource fair, I just wanted to let you all know that counseling services, so you're going to hear a lot of presentations on the special programs, the wonderful and amazing special programs that we have on campus. Counseling services, we're not a special program, we're just a service to everybody, right? So if you're taking notes, or if you're jotting down, you're thinking, oh, there was like a program that I heard about, but I don't remember which, whatever, you can come into general counseling services, and then what we do is we refer a lot. So so we can explain to you about the different programs that we have on campus. We can help you with your educational planning. If you have any personal issues, we can talk to you about it. The difference in college is you can choose your own counselor here. You can see a counselor as many times as you'd like. And so in the general counseling services, if you're unsure, right, it's a good place to start with. And then we can, if you had any questions about any of the awesome services that we have on campus, we would be able to explain and actually help, connect you with those programs. And yes, you could be a part of more than just one program, which I highly, highly recommend. And so in our counseling services department, we are open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Thursdays in the fall and in the spring, and then 8 a.m. to 4:30 on Fridays. And then summer and winter intersessions, the hours vary. And so you just want to check in, but But the other thing I wanted to mention, right, as a counselor, there's counselors within the other special programs. And so you can see a counselor in general counseling, and then you could also see counselors within the special programs. So, I mean, that's the nice thing. We really want, here at Mount SAC, as you can see, we really want to make sure that that you're taken care of and that you're supportive, and we're going to work as a team, right, all across campus to make sure that you're getting what you need. And so I want to make sure that we clarified that. Also, part of counseling services in general counseling, we also provide undecided major workshops, and we also do academic and also career counseling. And so we do a little bit of everything, and then we also do referrals, right? And so so I just wanted to clarify that part. Next slide, please. And so so there is a lot of students on this campus, right? Mount SAC College is a little bit different, and like I said, you get to choose the counselor and who you speak with, and and how many times you see a counselor. Nobody forces you to do that. And so you get a lot of freedom in college, but then you get that responsibility too, right? And so it's up to you to be assertive, right? And advocate for yourself. And sometimes it can be hard to make an appointment, but if you continually try, if you keep trying, you can, also ask questions. You now know a counselor, right? My name's Alana. You could reach out afterwards and make sure that, I can give you my email, but we want to make sure that you do connect with somebody. And so during the pandemic, we changed modalities to, besides just all in-person counseling, to phone counseling, Zoom counseling, email counseling. And so we also do, you can also submit forms online to connect with a counselor. So there's many different ways to do that. And that's all on our website. And we also have a list of all the programs that have counselors in their program. So this way, like I said, you can see a counselor in general counseling, you can also see a counselor in the special programs that you're going to hear about today. And then the other thing we wanted to really highlight, as those of you that are thinking about coming to Mount SAC this fall, we do have summer programs, awesome summer programs to bridge you into college. And so as part of general counseling, we offer the STEP program. And so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Rocio Gonzalez, who is a counselor in the Promise Plus program, but she also works with our summer STEP program. So she's going to go ahead and talk about our summer transfer enrichment program.
Thank you, Alana. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the counseling family. As Alana mentioned, there is a lot of programs that are very student-centered. There's different ways of providing support to you. One of the best ways is actually, as an incoming freshman, is to be part of the STEP program. And STEP stands for Summer Transfer Enrichment Program. And it's designed for first-time college students. This is an accelerated program that helps students transition from high school into college. I myself was part of something like this that really eased the transition from high school into college, especially as a first generation college student. This is something that we really advocate for. This is a 2-week program. And you'll be taking a counseling 1 course. And in this course, you really learn the foundations and the basics of what you would need to do to be a successful student coming into college. And so it's counseling 1, introduction to college course. You will find a lot of connections with other students and the instructor too. Connection to resources that will really prepare you for your first semester in college and your career here. We create a space for students to connect and make long-lasting relationships. I know with the pandemic, there's a lot of disconnect. And so now by doing this program, you're able to have a foundation and of community that is really going to propel you and help you be successful here at Mount SAC. We provide opportunities to attend insightful and supportive workshops, working with educated counselors like us, and help them guide you every step of the way, right? Planning your courses, any maybe potential workshops that you could benefit from, maybe assistance with your FAFSA application, we're here for you. So how do you become part of this very amazing STEP program? You apply, right? You submit a summer 22 application, and we have the links here. You have to apply for financial aid, FAFSA or California Dream Act for the years 2021 through 2022 and the 2022 to 2023 application. You must be an active student, right? Have a portal account because that's what we do all the communication. And then complete your AQ and online orientation on the student success tab. So the AQ is pretty much a way for you to assess of where would you be placed for your math and your English courses. And it's just a really good way to get you started into the college transfer courses that you will be taking. You will register for the 2-week-long amazing program through the STEP Counseling 1 course. If you're part of the STEP program, one of the amazing things is that you get to be part of Promise Plus. And I am a Promise Plus counselor as well, as Alana stated. And you should apply before June 2022, okay? So there's specific requirements to be part of Promise Plus, but there's also great benefits. So again, if you're part of STEP, we guide you into how to become part of a Promise Plus as well. So you're part of 2 different programs, okay? All right, next slide, please. Okay, so what are the benefits of STEP, right? I've already mentioned that we really help you and guide you become a very successful student during your first semester. Work with caring and supportive counseling professors, right, in the summer and beyond. So you build that really nice relationship that counselors get to interact with you from the beginning until you transfer. So jumpstart into college and be ready for the fall semester. Again, we want to make sure that you have the resources that you need to be successful in your fall semester. You gain confidence and awareness of college success. So we give you different strategies and tools to really make you successful. Access to resources and campus connections. As Elena mentioned, we do offer a variety of special programs that will help you, as well as referrals if we need to do that, to make sure that you have all the amazing resources that you would need. You become part of the Mountie family, right? So we have a counseling family, but we have a bigger family. That's a Mountie family. You become eligible to be part of Promise Plus. Again, an added benefit. We offer great benefits actually in Promise Plus. You get to see counselors, you get a book grant, you get a laptop loans. We give you a lot of little gifts throughout the semester. And you get early registration for fall. So those are some of the great benefits that you get in becoming part of STEP. Okay, so that's the website. We have it here. Hopefully someone can post it on the chat. And that way you can be welcomed into this really big Mountie family.
Thank you so much, Rocio and Alana.
Thank you.
The next program we want to highlight is our Awesome Basic Needs Resources, and that's going to be presented by Rigo Estrada.
Thank you so much for that nice introduction. Can we go a slide back, please? Thank you to those of you that have presented before me. Really, really good information. I'll keep my slides short. I just want to welcome the students that are participating in this webinar, filling out their FAFSAs and getting information. We have a basic needs resources program on campus that is established to provide food resources, housing support, and case management to students in need. We understand these are critical. These basic needs play a critical role in a student's academic success. And if you are a student and either yourself, your family, or you just notice that things are a little different, money's a little tighter, situations are harder at home, you're not doing this alone. This is something that is occurring to a lot of us. In fact, about 35% of our Mount SAC students have shared that they have food insecurity, that it's difficult for them to be able to eat healthy meals, or that they're able to eat full meals throughout the day. An additional 47% of our Mount SAC students have shared that they're housing insecure, that either they're having trouble paying their bills, they're falling behind in rent, they're homeless, sleeping in their cars. This is a real issue. And our goal at Mount SAC is to ensure that we have services and referrals available to you all. I want you to take a quick second, look at the QR code, and if you have your phone next to you, please scan it. This QR code is linked to what you call a link tree that's also available on our Instagram page that provides you direct links to different direct services that Mount SAC offers and that our program can connect you with. So please take a look at that on your spare time. More generally, if you can go to the next slide, please. More generally, our program focuses on providing food resources in three main ways. We have our famous Mountain Fresh Food Pantry. A lot of the faculty and staff that are here have had the pleasure of volunteering at my food pantry, and they can attest of how good of a service it is. It provides a store filling. It's a store experience. Imagine you're walking into a Trader Joe's, but with the Mount SAC swag, and you're helping yourself out to free groceries. This is an intentional program targeted to provide resources to those in need. So if your family can benefit from this, if getting free food such as eggs, milk, tortilla, frijoles, rice, your grains, your peanut butter, your jelly, if helping you out a little bit with this can support your educational goals, this is definitely something that you could take advantage of. And did I mention that it's all free? If I didn't, then let me mention it now. The food pantry is free, y'all. So learn more about it in our website and through that link tree that I shared earlier. We offer CalFresh support. It's also known as SNAP, the food stamp program. We have a team dedicated on campus to provide direct support, applications assistance, and help you negotiate and navigate the conversation with the county to ensure that you get these services if you're eligible for them. We also provide housing referrals for any student that is housing insecure, any student that is at risk of being homeless, and of course to any of our homeless students that are either couch surfing, sleeping in their cars, or sleeping in the streets or abandoned buildings or in shelters. We provide referrals to to community resources and try to find the best fit for your housing needs. And we do so with the help of professional social workers that case manage, meaning that they work with you, they help you identify your needs, they help you reach out to those resources, and they empower and advocate on your behalf to ensure that you follow through and are able to access those resources. If you have any questions, please visit us. We're located in building 9G, which are some really good looking, antique looking portables in Miracle Mile. Hope to see you there. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you so much, Rigo. We did have a question for you that was mentioned earlier, so we'll go ahead and answer it at the end of all the presentations.
For sure.
All right, so our next program that we want to highlight is our DREAM program, and that is presented by Melissa Candel.
Thank you, Rosie. Good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa Candel, and I am the program specialist at the DREAM program at Mount SAC. So DREAM is a space for undocumented students and allies of the immigrant rights movement. We provide services that try to offer holistic support for students that need guidance to and through college. Our main purpose is to see students as humans, understanding that so much of what happens outside of the classroom is brought with the students to the classroom. So much of what happens with policies, with what students hear that they can and cannot do. So we try to dismantle that to show students that they can go to college, they can pursue a career. Lacking a social security number is not an impediment for them. There is financial aid available. So our resources are holistic to try to show students what they are able to accomplish despite what they've been told that they cannot do. So in this slide, you have an overview of those resources. It's a lot of them, so I won't cover everything, but I do want to highlight some. If there's anybody in this audience that's listening who is undocumented, then this information is for you. If you know somebody who is undocumented, then share this with them. When it comes to our students, one of the most important things that they have to do when they register in college, and that's any college, it's not just Mount SAC, it's also community colleges outside of Mount SAC, Cal States, and UCs. Students have to submit something that's called AB 540 to the Admissions and Records Office. AB 540 is for students that have attended school for 3 or more years, and it allows you to qualify for in-state tuition and consequentially for the California Dream Act, which is financial aid and what we're all here for today. So our program can help students complete this form, understand this form, and answer any questions related to it. In addition to that, we also provide students with counseling services. So as some of our colleagues were mentioning today, counseling is really important once you get to college, and that's because you can take classes, you can sign up, nobody's going to keep you from signing up, but to sign up for the courses that you need, understanding, the different responsibilities that you have on your plate, you need that extra guidance. So our program offers academic, career, and personal counseling in order to help students navigate their way to their goal, being mindful of the fact that they come with so many assets that sometimes are not noticed. And we also provide resources related to financial aid information. Christine Santiago actually does some hours over at Dream. So she meets with our students and she helps them renew their California Dream Acts, answer questions about anything related to financial aid. And we also provide students with resources and assistance related to scholarships. Scholarships is also something really critical for our community because it can be an additional source of financial aid to help you with books, with transportation, with food, with rent, with whatever you need to sustain yourself as you're going through your journey in college. And lastly, the final resource that I really want to highlight is the fact that we have free legal services. And these are legal services for anything related to immigration. We have a team of attorneys that work at a nonprofit organization called Carecen, and they work with our students on first-time DACA applications, DACA renewals, answer any immigration consultation that they may have, and this is all free of cost to them. So they don't have to worry about like, oh my gosh, like how am I going to find like $300 to pay the immigration attorney that my family goes to for the consultation only. It's free because you're a student at Mount SAC, and it's available for all students as long as they have questions related to what the attorney specializes in. So these are just some resources that we have. If there's anybody in the audience that wants to learn more information about Dream, you are able to contact us. And if we can go to the next slide, our contact information is going to be here. If you're planning to come to Mount SAC, then I encourage you to apply to our program so that you can receive more information and be in a community with other folks who are also undocumented or who understand the journey of our students. And in order to apply, you just go to our website. The screenshot that you see here is on the home page. If you scroll down a little bit, you're going to see a big blue button that says apply for the Dream program. If you submit your application by the time that you come to Mount SAC, you'll be able to receive access to some of the resources that were mentioned in the previous slide. So if you have any personal questions that you want to ask me, feel free to send me a private chat. I'm going to be here until the end, and I'm happy to connect with anybody that needs that support. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Melissa. The next program is our EOPS and CARE program, and that's presented by Caitlin Edenell.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you for having us. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caitlin Edenale, and I'm the program specialist with EOPS and CARE. So I'm going to be doing our presentation on EOPS and the CARE programs today. EOPS is Extended Opportunity Programs and Services. So we are a student support service on campus amongst the many others that you've been hearing of today. We are a state-funded program, and we seek to provide access to educational opportunities to our low-income students seeking their personal and academic goals. So we do support our underrepresented students along their educational journey. Our program essentially highlights the notion of going over and above in addition to other college services, which is designed to help students, again, meet their personal and educational goals. So our CARE program, our Cooperative Agencies Resources for Education, is kind of an umbrella program underneath the EOPS CARE program, and was founded a couple years after the EOPS program was actually sent forth. So the CARE program is essentially, to qualify for this program, you would have to be considered single head of household and receiving TANF or cash aid, CalWORKs assistance within your respective county. So again, we do work with the CalWORKs program that was Anissa had spoke of earlier. And we do a lot of collaborative work together, and we also do a lot of workshops together. There's a lot of connection between the two programs. Next slide, please. So what the main eligibility for EOPS, basically, how do I qualify for EOPS, right? You would have to qualify for something that is called the California Promise Grant. This was formerly known as the BOG fee waiver, and this is basically pushed forth through your FAFSA application. So once you get your FAFSA in and submitted through Mount SAC, and you choose to attend Mount SAC, then we would be able to receive that information on the back end and be able to see if you would qualify and what kind of BOG that you qualify for. Our students, we do encourage our students to be enrolled full-time, so 12 units for new incoming students. And then we also do work with Access and foster youth students or the programs to be able to identify if taking 12 units is maybe not in the best interest of the student, and that we would okay these populations of students to be able to take less than 12 units and still be a part of our program based on a counselor recommendation. And then we also do serve students who are California residents. So this basically means that you have lived in California for a year and 1 day. So why join EOPS, right? Some of our program benefits are known as priority registration. So we do provide that front of the line experience where you're able to register for your classes 7 a.m. first day that that classes are open to be able to register for. We also do provide an EOPS book service. So now this is in the form of grants. We did have a book voucher for previously where we would work with our bookstore on campus, but now it is in the form of grants where we work with the financial aid department, and we're able to distribute those through their financial aid portal, which again, at a later time, you may be exposed to the bank mobile process and things of that nature. So we do work with the financial aid department to be able to disperse these grants through your financial aid. We also provide our one-on-one tutoring services. Our tutoring services are currently online and in person. So during the pandemic, we were solely online, but now we do have both services available for you. And then we also do provide the one-on-one counseling services, which is for academic and personal counseling. Again, I think Alana had mentioned earlier that there are, we do have our counseling center on campus, but we do also have counseling services within the respective programs as well. So lastly, we do provide our cap and gown to our EOPS students who are ready to graduate and or transfer. So this is also another program benefit. So you would not have to pay out of pocket for your cap and gown when you're ready to walk across the stage. We are currently accepting applications for spring 22 semester, but also if you're looking to become an EOPS student and a Mount SAC EOPS student for the fall semester, fall 22, we do open in approximately like June or July. We'll be opening applications again, and then we'll get you in for the fall semester and get you that priority registration, get everything ready and good to go for the fall semester so that you do have the priority reg and the book service and counseling services available to you at that time. So for more information, you could also go to our website. It's mountsac.com/EOPS. Again, my name is Caitlin Edina. I'm the program specialist. And so you could always feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions, and I'll be sticking around along with everyone else to answer any other questions that may come up at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. And we did actually get a question for your program as well earlier in the event. So I'll be sharing that with you at the end.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so for our next program, we are going to highlight our REACH program, and that's presented by Briseida Maciel.
Thank you, Rosie, and good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Briseida Maciel, and I serve as the program specialist for our foster youth program here on campus, known as the REACH Guardian Scholars. We are a support program established in 2015 to support current or former foster youth in their transition into Mount SAC throughout their time here, and then also as they look to graduate and or transfer into a university. Now, as I go through my short presentation, I want to encourage you to think about if this is a program that you can benefit from, or how a program like REACH can help you accomplish your goals here at Mount SAC. And so, whether you're looking to get an associate's degree, you're looking to graduate, transfer, or do a technical career, we're here to support you every step of the way. And some of the ways that we go about supporting you is by providing some key support services. As you can see here on the screen, I won't go through every single one, but I will mention a few key ones. So for example, we offer priority registration to our students throughout the entire time that they're here at Mount SAC. So it's not something that you have to worry about losing later on. As long as you're part of our program, you'll continue to get that priority registration. In addition to helping you apply for your financial aid application, we also assist you with your Chafee grant application. So if that is an additional aid that you were to qualify for, we have support staff that are able to walk you through that as well. We do have a textbook loan program, and essentially what that means is we cover the cost of tuition for textbooks, so you don't have to worry about paying out of pocket. This is something that is covered, that is provided to you every fall semester and spring semester. In addition, we understand that some of our students are going through many transitions, and they can be facing housing instability and food insecurity. So we work really well with our basic needs program to make those referrals. So if you're a student that is lacking and that is in need of the support, we're here to assist you to help you have some of that stability so that you're able to focus in school and in your classes. Last but not least, I do want to mention that we do have we are located in building 16E. And so essentially we do have a community space where you're able to come in, hang out, you want to do your homework, you want to connect with other foster youth, with your peers. We do welcome our students to visit. It is a space created for you. So we hope that is something that you take advantage of as you continue to come into Mount SAC and you're trying to transition into the college environment. We highly encourage you to come in and take advantage of that space. We want to connect with you. We want to know who you are. We want to know how we can better support you. And so don't forget to stop by and make those connections. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. My name is Briseida, and I serve as the program specialist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Briseida. The next program is our Student Life Office, and that's presented by Gio Rodriguez. Is Gio with us today? Don't think that Gio was not able to make it, so we'll go ahead and skip to our next program. Our next program is our Umojos Aspire program, and that's presented by Erin Preston.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Erin Preston. Happy Black History Month. I'm so excited to be presenting more about our program here. Thank you to everyone who has talked previously. We really appreciate it. Welcome to the students. Thank you for attending. This is an awesome program. I'm so excited that we get to do something like this and share all the different programs and resources that we have here at Mount SAC. And I'm so excited for you guys to be here. So a little bit about our program. We are the Umoja Aspire program. So Umoja actually means unity in Swahili. And so we are a student success program designed for Black and African American identifying students. But just like all of our programs, we are here to help all of our students. We just want to make sure that all of our students are taken care of. But we do focus on Black and African American students because our population is rather small here at Mount SAC, and we want to make sure that our students are comfortable and have some sort of resource for them and know that they have a space here on campus to where they can really be their most authentic self, and they know that someone is there rooting for them in all facets of their personality. And so something that we try to focus on, there's 4 main tenets, if you will, of our program. That includes academic assistance, student and staff connection, cultural awareness, and motivation. So in our programming, we try to make sure that we cover one or more than these tenets when we're focusing on programming. Academic assistance, we do have 2 of our own personal counselors that you can see. They're here Tuesdays and Thursdays. They're awesome. We love our counselors. And so you can come in and see them whenever you need to. We are also down the hall. So we are located in building 6 on the back half of the library. And so we are located down the hall from ASAC, or the Academic Support and Achievement Center. And so we try to make sure that we use them as a resource as well. So if there's something that we can't provide for our students, we try to make sure that we outsource all of our resources and make sure that our students are taken care of. And so we definitely use the ASAC as a resource. We're also down the hall from STEM. And so we want to make sure that our students are taken care of in all aspects. And so student and staff connection, that also feeds into it. We want to make sure that our students not only know of the departments and the programs and the resources on campus, but they know the people behind it. I don't think we emphasize people enough. We want to make sure that our students know that financial aid isn't just this large program. It's people, it's run by people, and we want to make sure that our students know the people behind the resources. And so we really try to make sure that our students get to know the people in the different programs, in the departments, get to know their professors, and know them as people first and foremost. Cultural awareness, that is definitely something that we try to promote strongly within our program. We try to make sure that when we're programming, we focus on things about the Black community, and that emphasize, the importance and the impact of the Black community. So something that we're very proud of and that we can continue to do, especially in this virtual environment, is we actually had our Black History Month address, and that was very successful, and we're very proud to be able to continue that. We try to make sure to do that every year and make sure that we're, highlighting Black History Month, and not only during February, obviously, but during the year. We also have a program that we try to do, which we take our students to the Alvin Ailey Dance Company. And so Alvin Ailey is was a queer African-American male who started his own dance company. And so that's something that we try to make sure that our students are introduced to, not only the academic side of things, but also the cultural side of things, where they're exposed to things that they may not be exposed to within their life or otherwise. And so we try to make sure that we cover, art and music and culture and all those types of things. And finally, just motivation. We want to make sure that our students know that we are there for them and that they have a resource within us. We try to make sure that our students know that they can contact us if they need to. And so one thing that my team and I try to make sure that we're doing is checking in on our students. So we call our students, we email our students, and we're really just making sure that we are checking in on them and seeing how they are, apart from the academic side, just how they're doing, whether or not they need help with things, transportation, food, housing, and things like that. And so making sure that our students are taken care of even outside of the classroom. And something that we have implemented in our programming is a program called Vibe Check. And so we're very excited about this program. We're working with the student health services with one of their awesome counselors. And so this event is provided every Wednesday and it's virtual. And so students can log in and sort of just vent and speak to the counselor and let them know how they're feeling, how their week has been, or get something off their chest. And so it's checking in on the vibes, making sure that we're checking in on each other and gauging how we're feeling. Because I think especially during these times, it's very easy to lose yourself and get overwhelmed. And so this program is really centered around mental health and making sure that our students know that they have a safe place to express their feelings and thoughts and things like that. Another program that we try to provide is the end of the year celebration. And so throughout the semesters, we're gathering information about our students and making sure that we know who's getting ready to transfer. And so by the end of the semester, we try and highlight those students and make sure that they know that we're really proud of them and that they did it. And so we want to celebrate that because that's an awesome achievement. And so we try to make sure that our students know that we are proud of them and they did a really good job. And that program is centered around just a celebration of their achievements. If you can go to the next slide, please. And so this is just some contact information, our phone number, our email, our building location. Like I said, we're on the backside of the library, building 6 in room 140. We also try to make sure that we have several ways of contacting our students. And so we have an Instagram, we have a Canvas, which we like to call our hub, which we do a lot of promotion on. We also have a group chat that one of our team members tracks and makes sure that we're taking care of our students. Our application is online, and so if you go to our website, there you can click on the application and fill that out at your convenience. And that's pretty much it. That's all that we have. We're really excited to be working with students, and something that we like to promote or a philosophy that we like to follow is if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think that's something that can be universally understood between all of these programs, which is just, it's not really about the speed in which you go. It's about the quality that you're receiving and making sure that you are taken care of at the best quality. And so we're really excited to be offering that quality to you. So thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Erin. So the next program is our high school outreach program, and that's presented by Annette Moque Hermosillo.
Awesome. Thank you, Rosie. Hi, everyone. My name is Annette, and I'm an outreach specialist. And what we do at Mount SAC is we go to we work with 52 different high schools in and around the Mount SAC area. So what we do is we work with seniors who are interested in attending Mount SAC. And through our assistance, we help them with the Connect 4 process. So Rosie, if you can go to the next slide, please. And there we go. So what we do is we basically break down the application process for seniors in 4 easy steps. The first step is we guide them through the Mount SAC application. Second step, we complete the assessment questionnaire, and I think this was mentioned a little earlier. The assessment questionnaire is nothing more than a series of questions about the classes that the students have taken in high school to get placed into English, reading, and math. So no longer are those days where we had to test to see where we landed. in our scores. We've done away with that. It's a lot simpler for students to get placed into English, reading, and math via the assessment questionnaire. The third step is we guide students to completing their online orientation, which is done online, and we also guide them to making a MAP application. Sorry, an appointment through the MAP workshop. MAP stands for Mountie Academic Plan, where they meet with the counselor to figure out what classes they can start taking based on their major. And then the last step was we guide them through the registration process. We find that sometimes it's a little daunting to start a new process, start college, and this whole idea of application, the word application tends to freak some students out. And by breaking it down in very doable steps, it really does ease the, I guess, the stress of applying and getting ready for that next academic journey that the students are going to embark on. And the beautiful thing about the Connect 4 process is that we have other specialists specifically assigned to these different high schools. So students always have that somebody that they can reach out to for any questions. We always also guide students and connect students to other resources on campus. In fact, a lot of the programs that are presenting today, we definitely work close with these programs to again ensure that students are taking advantage of all of the opportunities and resources on campus. Another thing that the Connect 4 process brings to students is that we are able to offer those students early registration their first fall semester. So it's super important for students to feel that support and feel that guidance as they're embarking on this very important next step, which is college. And then next slide, please. There we go. Okay, perfect. So if you want to know a little bit more about our program, or if you want to see if the high school that you attend that you work with, please feel free to go to our website. We have all of our schools listed on there, including the outreach specialist that may be assigned to your school. So please, there's a lot of info on there. Also, please follow us on our Instagram and on our YouTube channel, which we have a lot of amazing videos that guide also the application process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annette. The next program we have is our Bridge program, and that's presented by Cynthia Orozco. Welcome, Cynthia.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. My name is Cynthia Orozco. I'm here to talk to you all a little bit about the Bridge program, but more specifically, the Summer Bridge program. So earlier you heard about the STEP program, which is a 2-week summer program for new students. Bridge, the Summer Bridge program is a 6-week summer program for new students as well. So we're a little bit longer, but here's what we do. So we're an awesome program for students who are new to college, that are first in their family to go to college, that are learning how to navigate and understand how to do well and how to succeed and how to take advantage of the things that they have here at Mount SAC. So we really try and empower you and give you the information and the resources and help you build a little family within your Summer Bridge classes, to help you build that transition and feel confident and comfortable and knowledgeable about what you're doing as you start Mount SAC. And along the way, we give you a lot of free stuff, to help you feel less worried, like how are you gonna pay for your books and your school supplies? So we try and provide that to you over the summer so you have one less worry. And overall, it's just a supportive community. We're all learning together in Summer Bridge. Everybody will be in the same boat with you and trying to do well in their classes and learn about college, and everybody has the same questions. So it's just a good space to be at as you get started. So in the past, what our students say about Summer Bridge is that it's just been really helpful to them and has helped them prepare not only for their first semester, but all their future semesters and their entire time at Mount SAC. And they learn about all the different resources. As you've seen through this presentation, we have a lot. We have a lot at Mount SAC. There's a lot of help and a lot of support. And so what we try and do over those 6 weeks in the summer is teach you a little bit about everything. That way you can find other little families around Mount SAC and you have different people that you can go to and feel supported with. On the screen, you'll see how you can join the Summer Bridge program. There's 6 steps. Take a picture, take a screenshot, scan our QR code, do what you gotta do, but save our information. And your HSO specialists out at the high schools, they'll also show you how to apply for this program for Summer Bridge and take advantage. So we can go to the next slide. So in sum, the Summer Bridge program is just an awesome way to get started on your college journey. I started in this program when I was new to Mount SAC. I didn't know anything about college, and I really do give full credit to this program of where I am today. I learned how to figure it out and how to connect and how to talk to people and build relationships and feel comfortable because I took advantage of Summer Bridge and I took advantage of getting a head start. So here are some dates. The program will start June 20th and ends July 28th. We give you books, free swag, you get early registration your next semester, and so much more. And most importantly, if you apply early, ideally before April 15th, we're offering roll-in admission. So what that means is once you apply and you do all those 6 steps, you locked in a seat for Summer Bridge. Okay, so we do have limited seating. We have seats for about 300 students. So if you're able to do all the steps by April 15th, like you're in, like we got you, we'll take care of you, and we'll figure everything out together. So all our info is on here. Again, take a picture of it, screenshot, scan the QR code, do what you gotta do, and I can't wait to see you all in summer. Take care.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. So our next program is our Promise Plus program, and it's presented by Bianca Valle Ward.
Thanks, Rosie. So Promise Plus, not to be confused with the California College Promise Grant, formerly known as BOG. So I just want to say that first and foremost. I know it's a little confusing having 2 different promises going around, but Promise Plus, just think of it as the icing on the cake. So we do not pay for tuition or enrollment fees, but we have a lot of other benefits that we do provide to our students. We are a combination of both financial support as well as support services for our first-time college students. Both full-time and part-time students can enroll through Summer Bridge or STEP, and then we automatically start qualifying you to see if you meet our criteria once you are in one of those 2 summer programs. So if you're in a first-time college student who has never attended college post-high school, so if you did dual enrollment, that's totally fine, but if you've taken college classes after graduating, then you would no longer be considered first-time college for our program. So if you're a first-time college student and your very first college class after high school is in STEP or Summer Bridge, that's one of our criteria. You must be a California resident or AB 540 eligible. You have to apply for financial aid for the upcoming academic year. So that's 2022-23, but you don't have to qualify. So we're not an income-based program. You simply do have to submit that application though. That is a requirement, but again, you do not have to qualify. And then you must select a major. So that means that you have to come in knowing and selecting a major. Of course, you can always change it because we do know that college students change their minds, but you can not be an undeclared major or a certificate under 16 units. So if you're thinking all of those things you said are me, I can totally do that. Check, check, check. Then awesome. Then your next step is to ensure your participation in one of those summer programs. And that's going to be through applying for a summer at Mount SAC, and then following the steps that Bridge and STEP informed you of to get into their program. Okay, next slide. So what do we provide to you? So our benefits, this is a sample of the benefits we provided this academic year. These are subject to change because it's based on our grant that we get every year. So we have been fortunate enough that every year we get to kind of add a little. So we've been really blessed in that way, and we hope that continues. So this is just kind of a snapshot of what we were able to provide our students this year. So we provided food cards for both on campus as well as groceries. We provide book grants to our students. And you can see on there that there are varying amounts based on enrollment. So we have part-time benefits and full-time benefits, and that's determined on how many units you enroll for. We do loan out calculators for our students because sometimes students don't need a calculator permanently. They just need it for one semester. So rather than having them spend big dollars on those calculators, we'll loan them to you. This year we're adding scholarships. So we're going to be unveiling those this spring semester for our first year and second year students will be eligible to apply for additional scholarships through our program. And for our graduating and transferring second year students, we do have a Promise graduation kit, which includes cap and gown. We have a Promise sash, a diploma frame, a medallion, lots of nice little treats that you get to adorn yourself with on your graduation ceremony and kind of memorialize your time here at Mount SAC. We have additional benefits, such as we do provide early registration for your first year in college. We pay your mandatory fees for your fall and spring semester. So those are additional fees. Again, it's not tuition, it's just the additional fees that are not considered tuition. And that's approximately about a $50 value. We also, through our program, provide laptop loans. We give goodies and snacks during midterms and finals and Thanksgiving family meals, where we give out like full family meals for you to share. So that way you don't have to worry about that. If that's a struggle for some families, or even just having extra food, it's nice. And so we're so lucky that we get to provide that. We also have counselors, as you saw earlier. Rocio is one of our wonderful counselors. So we have additional counselors in our program ready to serve you, guide you, and help you to your next steps. And then at the bottom, you can see our contact information. So please reach out to us. If you haven't followed us on Instagram, please do. That's where we put all of our important dates. We don't have an application process, so all you have to do is, look into one of those wonderful summer programs, and then we'll take it from there and contact you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Bianca. And our next program is our Transfer Advantage program, TAP, and it's presented by Yadira Dediquez.
Thank you so much, Rosie. I just want to say all these presentations are so beautiful. I want to join these programs and I'm not a student. But like Rosie said, my name is Yadira and I'm the Transfer Advantage Coordinator. This is a fairly new program and it's brought to you by Cal Poly Pomona. It's a collaborative effort to just help ease the transition for community college students, specifically Mount SAC students, into the CSU system, preferably, or Cal Poly Pomona. Some of our goals are to increase the knowledge of associate degrees for transfers. So a lot of first-time students might be a little bit confused on the possibilities, the endless possibilities that they can obtain while they're at Mount SAC. So our goal is really to help guide you, choose a certificate if that's your goal, or potentially earn an ADT and then transfer out to a four-year institution. Through our program, you do have different types of resources for students. One of that being workshops, where we do get to learn a little bit more about financial aid, the ADTs, so the degree opportunities at Mount SAC, as well as connect you to some campus partners at both institutions so that you can begin to familiarize yourself, as well as available check-in appointments. I don't serve as a counselor or as an advisor by any means, but I'm kind of here to just be your navigational, directional person. So like a lot of the programs had mentioned already, in case you need special access to any of these programs, it is my job to familiarize myself and to be able to connect you to these programs so that they can further assist you in the questions that you may have. We do have a transfer academy, and our hope is to collaborate with the transfer program or the transfer center here at Mount SAC to invite students over to our campus at Cal Poly Pomona and have them participate in an overnight stay where they get to learn a little bit more about our resources. And we do have an opportunity for you all to accumulate and earn micro scholarships throughout your time at Mount SAC. However, you do have to apply and enroll into Cal Poly Pomona before spring 2023. So you have to be admitted and ready to go by fall 2024, just because this is only a 2-year grant and money has to be dispersed. But you do have the possibility to earn up to $1,000 in scholarships just by participating in the resources that we have to offer. Next slide, please. These are just some next steps. So if you think any of the information that I said catched your attention, or if you're a student who's really interested in getting more information about Cal Poly Pomona, I'm really here to just kind of ease the transition. If you're 100% decided that that is your campus and that's where you want to go, I would encourage you to reach out and get a little bit more information about our campus and about the possibilities of you transferring there. I am located in the Completion Center on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So when you begin your journey at Mount SAC, or if you're there, you're more than welcome to stop on by and ask me questions. And I'm also available virtually. And that's all the information that you'll receive once you go ahead and submit that interest form. Thank you so much, Alana, hype woman over here. But again, you can scan that QR code and you can be an interested student into the program, as well as I'm going to go ahead and paste it in the chat just in case it's easier for you. But thank you so much for listening to me today and being here. And I just want to encourage you all to really join all the awesome programs that spoke today. They're just so helpful and so resourceful. I was a student at Mount SAC and I'm here now. So yeah, good luck to you all and thank you.
Thank you so much, Yadira. So our last program that we'll be presenting today is our Reconnect and Engage program, and that's presented by Zelda and Zandra. Zelda and Zandra, are you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Zelda Bolden, and I am the manager of the Reconnect and Engage program. What we do is we assist students in returning back to Mount SAC who were previously students at Mount SAC or somewhere else, and they're interested in returning to campus. What we try to do is to connect them with the resources. As you can see, there's a number of resources available to students and assist them with all kinds of things as far as connecting them with grants that we have available through the financial aid office. We assist students with completing those applications to submit to the financial aid to receive those disbursements. We actually have 6 peer coaches that work with Reconnect and Engage, and each student will be assigned a peer coach that calls them, checks in with them to make sure their semester, or if it's during the short-term times of the year where it's either summer or where we are now, which is during the winter term, we check in with them at least 2 to 3 times a week. Things change quickly and often, so we try to check in to make sure everything is going well for them. Through Reconnect, you are afforded we offer a book voucher where we pay for books, just like you heard from all the wonderful resources here at Mount SAC. We also help students with connecting with our counselors on campus, and we have 3 counselors assigned to this particular project. We also help students with connecting with technology. We know a lot of students are taking in-person as well as online courses, so we try to connect them with our laptop loan program and hotspot resources that's available to them. We work very closely with the financial aid office that's putting on this amazing event, and they help us with any students that we reconnect to the campus with any sort of barriers they may have with completing their FAFSA. They did an amazing presentations on the different things that the financial aid office offers to students, and the one-on-one that the financial aid office is doing right now has been tremendous in getting a lot of the students to return to campus with the fees and things in play, so they don't have to worry about paying for different things. We work with Reconnect and Engage. We work very closely with the basic needs office. We refer students to them quite often to get any sort of resources that are available to them and take advantage of anything they have as far as their pantry, the famous pantry that Rigo talked about earlier. It is a lifesaver for a lot of our students that's coming back to campus. We have a lot of resources available as far as tutoring on campus, and we make sure students know all of the resources, not just the basic tutoring centers, but there are Pacific tutoring opportunities on campus that some students are not aware of. Reconnect and Engage, we do have a website, next slide please, that students can use to get information about what we do. We also do an informational Zoom hours with our peer coaches where you can just zoom in from our website, and the peer coaches are there to answer any questions about anything that's going on across campus, whether it's counseling, whether it's different events. We do promote our Zoom at Noon with our students to get information about the latest and the greatest information on COVID, because it's always, as everyone know in the room, that it's always changing. So it's important that you connect with that particular program, which is housed by our VP, and she puts an amazing presentation together so students are aware of what's going on campus. We do want you all to know that Reconnect and Engage is one of those programs, is brand new. I think we are the baby of the programs that are presenting today. We just started in July of 2021. So it's brand new, trying to get all the students that we lost to come back. So please, if you know any students that want to return or is interested in coming back to college, we are the resources that will get them started with their application process, or anything as far as financial aid, we will assist. We are connected, we are housed in building 9B, which is the student services building on the second floor, right across from the financial aid office next to the career center. So I just want to say thank you to the entire financial aid staff for doing this event. And I want to welcome and hope you all decide to pick Mount SAC as your destiny for your next educational journey. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, thank you so much, Zelda, for all those kind words. So with that, we are going to conclude all of our presentations for our resource fair, but we do have some questions I know that came in earlier, and I believe one may have come in through the chat. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen so we can get an opportunity to answer those questions. Okay, so I'll start with the question that came in through the chat just throughout the presentation. And the question is this the same as CARE? I believe that may be addressed for our EOPS office. So Caitlin, do you want to go ahead and chime in?
Sure. So maybe some more information would be helpful. Is what the same as CARE? Maybe some context.
So the question is just, is this the same as CARE? So maybe EOPS is the EOP, if you want to talk about a little bit about both.
Okay, yeah. So EOPS and CARE are programs that work together. So essentially you're an EOPS student first, and then you would later become a CARE student. I mean, you could do the same info sessions in the same day, but you would be an EOPS student first. So we would have you apply for the EOPS program. We would then filter you through asking you some questions if you're currently receiving TANF, or CalWORKs if you are single head of household, if you have any children under the age of 18 that are dependent on you. And then we would be able to connect you with our care coordinator. Her name is Maria Hernandez Figueroa, and then she would meet with you, and then she solely connects with their care students, and she puts together workshops, additional grants, additional money for books and supplies, just an extra resource along with our EOPS specialist, which is me, our EOPS tutoring, and then also our academic counselors. So the CARE program is an umbrella program within the EOPS program, but essentially you would be an EOPS student first. I hope that answered your question. If you have any more questions, I could delve deeper maybe. But again, my name is Caitlin Edenales. So we could always find my information on our website under our Meet Our Staff, and I would be happy to answer any individual questions via email, phone call, or Google Voice. I also receive text messages as well. So if you'd prefer communication that way, that works too.
Thanks, Caitlin. Before you go, we actually did have a question earlier in the event, and the question was, what is the deadline for EOPS?
The deadline for EOPS, right? We don't have a deadline for our application at this moment. So we are currently accepting applications. And then once we kind of gauge how many students are attending our info sessions and kind of showing interest, we do have an endpoint where we reach capacity, and that's only due to providing the quality of services. So we want to have all of our Mount SAC students here with us, but we do cap it once we've reached that that capacity of being able to serve serve our students in terms of quality and being able to be there for our students, essentially when it comes to counseling appointments that are available to them. At this time, there's no cutoff date, there's no end time, but I would say probably within the first couple weeks of the spring semester, we do end that the application that's open, and then we will open again sometime in June and July, and that'll be for students who are incoming for fall 2022.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Caitlin.
Sure.
And the next question is for Liz Hernandez. The question came in earlier in the event, and it was, I'm an Access student. Is there somewhere for that? And I believe you shared some of your contact information, but if you want to just speak on that question a little bit more.
Yes, of course. Can you repeat the question again, Rosie?
Yeah, it said, I am an Access student. Is there somewhere to go for that?
Okay, so what I would encourage the student is to definitely come into our office. We're located in the first floor, 9B, Student Services, and maybe connect with the counselor. So you could request to meet with myself or another counselor, and we have appointments in person, on Zoom, or over the phone, and we can kind of, chat to see what it is what other services you might benefit from, or if you're using your accommodations. So definitely come in to schedule that appointment. You can also schedule online on our Access website. You don't have to come in to make that appointment.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And we will be sharing all of the program's contact information in a post-event email that we'll be sending to all of our attendees. So we'll have that information available. So the next question is for Rigo and our Basic Needs Resources team. And the question, Rigo, read, how do I approach it if I don't have a place to live and I'm going to attend Mount SAC? Rigo, are you here with us?
I am. Hi, Rosie.
Hi.
I just finished having lunch. I had a really
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good. To answer your question, so you are a prospective student. You're going to start attending Mount SAC, and you have a housing insecurity. You're either not sleeping in a secure home, or you're couch surfing. You definitely want to reach out to our program. In the presentation that I presented in the QR code, if you had the opportunity to scan that, there was an intake form. It is an assistance application form that we have in our website as well. The student fills it out, provides us information, and we're able to reach out to the student and schedule an appointment to engage with the student, assess their situation, and refer them out to the most appropriate service. We do at Mount SAC have direct housing services. We have a partnership with an organization called Jóvenes that provides direct housing support, meaning we provide bridge housing, which is shared living space, and rapid rehousing, which is, think of it as a rental assistance program. There are student eligibility requirements for both. So we would discuss those options, and if those don't apply, then we would figure out what other options are available within the community.
Thank you so much, Rigo. So it looks like that is all, those are all the questions that came in, but I'll just leave it open for a couple of minutes. Students and parents, if you have any questions for our amazing programs that were presented here today during our resource fair, you still have some time to submit those questions and get an opportunity to get those answered by one of the representatives. So I will just kind of wait a little bit if any questions come in. Again, all of the information that's made available to you today will be emailed to you in a post-event email that will be sent out on Monday. We also have our post-event resources webpage that we'll share in the chat, where you can also find all this information and information about special programs that were presented to you today. So if there are no additional questions, then I do want to go ahead and end our resource fair. I want to thank all of our amazing programs and their representatives for sharing your services and your resources to our students and being here with us today. So thank you to everyone. I will hopefully see you all on campus soon. I will hand it over to Manuel Cerda, who will be handling our dismissal.
Thank you, Rosie. With that question, we conclude our live Q&A and the virtual Couch for College event. Okay, I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody, all the staff that volunteered their Saturday morning to help students with this information, right? I would like to thank college administration, including our college president, Dr. Bill Scroggins, trustee president, Judy Chen Haggerty, for your support and your encouraging words to open up the session. I also want to thank Dr. Manuel Baca for joining us this morning. Okay. Thank you to our campus partners, programs, and departments that participate in our resource fair. Amazing job. Thank you for supporting this event, right? Special thank you to the Mount SAC Financial Aid Office, the Cash for College planning team. It was amazing. Thank you for the work. Thank you for the wonderful, amazing financial aid staff that have provided dedicated and continuous supports to our students, our families, and our communities. They're always happy to help and share their expert knowledge. Like I mentioned earlier, we have an amazing staff that has years of experience, diverse experience to help everybody. A special thank you to those that helped today: Rudy Sanchez, Roman Cardona, Christine Santiago, Paula Gutierrez, Erica Diaz, Desiree Landeros, who shared their expertise throughout this webinar. Special thanks to Rosie Esparza that led this event. A great job. Thank you to Desiree Marquez for overall support of all this. Also to Jenny Fu, the other manager that's here. So thank you for joining us today for our virtual Cash for College event. Our commitment to assist and serve you does not end with this virtual online experience today. Okay, like we mentioned earlier, we are committed to help you all navigate through this financial aid process, right? We understand it could be complicated at times. We're here to make it as easy as possible and to make sure no one's left out of it, okay? We will email you all the resources, like Rosie said earlier, recorded live sessions of the FAFSA Dream Act application. We'll be hosting a live FAFSA and California Dream Act application demos, along with connecting you with various Zoom sessions, okay? So stay connected. Hopefully you got people's contact information, all the special programs. We're all here, like I mentioned earlier in the morning, we're all here and passionate to serve you. Many of us have been there where you're at it. We understand the need, the complexity, and we're here to serve you, okay? So make sure you use the resources available for you. And once again, thank you for joining us today, okay? With that concludes our event for today. Thank you.